All right, we are back for session 55.
Session 55. Damn. Well, welcome back, guys. Another wonderful session of the Black Aurora. Last time we left off, you guys were just waking up from your time in Dalcor, the realm of dreaming, and you were taken care of by the druids as you were overcome with a bit of exhaustion from battling your inner darkness. After your rest and recuperation, you were showered with a few rewards for all your hard labors of the last 7 or 8 sessions, including these onks, these life-tethering onks that each of you has received, basically 1 free death save per 7 days, I believe it was. And additionally, since Morgana left the party so long ago, the party has now reclaimed fast travel via the Dryad's Key, which will allow you to cast once per day transportation via plants, or transport via plants. Using that and the knowledge gained of the Feladar's location, you were taken to the Vagabonds Grove, this small underground cluster of diverse and vibrant plant life surrounding this slightly glowing tree that was gifted to this man known as the Vagabond, who you had heard of briefly from Vesk back in the Holy Land as the leader of the Nomad Knights. You sat down and talked with him, startled the crap out of him as he was doing some light gardening of tapples, and you discussed that you needed to take away his friend, the Faladar.
We didn't really say that.
No, not necessarily, but the conversation was about this thing you have, I need it. But it was also interesting because some of you began to pick up little bit by bit that this man was somebody from history, recent history from before the descent. And it turned out that the true identity of the Vagabond was former mayor of New Renati and Carrion Hill, Alistair Hegri, now known as the Vagabond after having been resurrected by Amita at the end of the last campaign, and granted this strange natural miracle power that he can just grow anything and various other things. After discussing your recent adventures and escapades, as well as your debt with the druids and his debt to the druids for saving him, he agreed to have you meet the Felidar, who assessed your group and decided to join the unicorn back at Susail on one condition, that Q must enter a pact with him to honor the newfound desire to protect rather than to harm that she had found from her time in her plane of negativity. And doing so, you restored the crimson aura to one of the houses of Susail finally. So that's 2 down out of 5. After this, there was a lot of discussion and recuperation at the Grove. I believe some of you were doing some training to master Inner Flame. There was some talking of things of recent events. Pyzane had a moment where he had to accept that the worst outcome was true and he did not regain his aura as he suspected. And Peria had a small discussion off to the side with Frost, which was revealed in the previous session to be a secret half spirit of the High King, Nixgardus, who is a Kalashtar, and Frost is his manifested quarry astral self. Something that he uses to project himself across Gardus as he needs to. What am I missing?
Yeah.
Why is
So
all
sorry.
why am I mid monologue? All of my party.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's memes. It's
Just-
me. I'm sorry. When you said he had the miracle powers,
Jesus Christ.
Miracle Grow.
I'm sorry.
All-purpose plant food.
All right, well, join us next week, everyone, for session 55 of the Black Aurora.
All right, see you
this
later.
has been a fun... derailed right off the start. That's fantastic. That is hilarious. Yes, Alistair's secret power is he has Miracle Grow fertilizer. You've caught me. Even the wordplay. All right, well, so Back to the super somber discussion of Peria and Frost about how his parents were murdered, and he had to pretend to be in line with the order for some time. Actually, he was genuinely in line with the order for some time, and has come to realize that Castellus is an enemy of Gardas, not an ally, and has decided to raise the banner of rebellion against himself, technically, still pretending to be this rebel leader, not leaving the identity of High King out there. And has asked Peria to not reveal it as well as best laid plans and all that. But Peria did present an alternative, that perhaps he could tell the truth and there was another way to save his people. So he proposed that if you prove yourselves capable as heroes of the kingdom, that someone who could be raised in his stead as leaders and champions of the rebellion, it's possible. There might be another option. To that end, the party decided that the next thing you had to do on your to-do list is to go get the shard you guys have been trying to get for the spark of divinity that was divided out across the world. There is one, in the Fated Wood. And Frost provided some information about some creatures that lived there. And one of the bits of information was that some of the creatures are lycanthropes, which led the party to thinking they require silvered weapons before heading over there, just in case. And that, in turn, led to where we're at now, with the party having just stepped through a tree at the Vagabonds Grove to the Elder Tree over in the Holy Land, with the destination of New Barristock, a town that has some history for one of our party members, because it is in the closest proximity and the most likely candidate to gain silvered weapons as fast as possible. Party has no choice. So let me pull up some music, but we'll do good old-fashioned Frostlands. All right. So as the party steps through the tree created by Mira in the Vagabonds Grove, one by one you step out into the familiar glade of the Elder Tree. The massive tree looming overhead, the light given off by it, and the strange flora surrounding you.
Oh,
What do you
thank
do?
God, no snow.
That is true. Dramatic shift in climate.
Yeah. All right. Last
Don't
time we
need this
came through this tree,
anymore.
it was
Less pleasant.
much less pleasant.
It's true.
It's good to be back.
Yes.
All right. Well, sister.
Mm-hmm. Let's go, I guess.
Yep.
How far is it from here?
So, I
I
don't remember if the
know.
I don't remember if the party was going to fly or walk.
I can suggest flying.
Sure. But you guys, if you fly a direct line, within an hour, easy. If you do the walking route down around, half a day, maybe.
Let's just fly.
Okay.
That sounds.
well,
We have to spend a day anyways for the
Right.
key.
Let's
Yes.
go.
And I need to be at tip-top shape in order to do that flight across the channel.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I
And
don't.
only the tree we're going to has to be the one that's specially
You don't-
known. We can.
Yeah, you don't have to go through the Elder Tree to go back. You can just
Okay.
step out. You can step out there, but you can step into any other tree if
Gotcha.
you'd like.
Yeah, we can just leave town and find a decent sized tree.
Right.
Okay.
Looks
Great.
like there's plenty of trees per the map.
It does.
Yeah.
I didn't burn them all down.
Well, you, Medea and Mira, you have the broom
Yes.
or
Yes.
the staff.
I think for today, Paisian still has polymorph, so he can carry someone if needed. But
I think we're
I
good.
think the party can just be 2 on broom and Peria picking up 2. So yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are good. All right. Peria shifts into her giant. What are you?
I look like a phoenix, but I'm a giant eagle.
Ooh, giant eagle phoenix, like
Yeah.
the coloration, the reds and the
Yeah.
yellows and the striations. Oh, that sounds beautiful.
Yeah. I don't need to keep a low profile here.
I was gonna say, in
Yeah.
Holy Land, you can be a shining beacon of,
Yeah.
of notice to me.
I mean, show off.
I don't want you dead here.
Not that I know of.
Nope, not that I am aware of.
Alrighty. Well, let me grab your tokens so that I can put you guys on a map.
New map. New map. We got a new map.
So, as the party crests their way across the southeastern direction of the Holy Land, it doesn't take long before the stretching rolling fields of green become a little bit more barren and rocky towards the cliff edge, and you begin to see what looks like plumes of smoke on the horizon. And at first, for some of you, it's like, oh no, a city's on fire. This is horrible. They're under attack. Medea, you are very aware that the air around New Barastock is very rarely clear and clean. And as you guys crest over the hill, the view of the city...
Alright, pollution.
Yeah.
Pollution.
It's a pollution problem.
Yeah.
Coal.
You know, you should really think about going green.
The city of New Barastock stretches out before you. As you fly over the cliffside, you see to the south, there is still the remains of the large bones of the Tarrasque cradling what's left of Cortus as a backdrop to a city of industry and factories galore. Large towers, almost like spires, raise up at strange intervals throughout the city, and cables run between them in a network all across. And you see cable cars and carts carrying what seem like maybe products, ores, maybe even people moving all across the city, keeping this constant sense of motion that's almost dizzying. The streets below are almost purely empty except for orderly lines of moving traffic, of carts and people carrying products. There's a sense of order to this city. There's no chaos like most cities you've seen with throngs of people and crowds. It's all kept very orderly. Everything's sectioned off. There's no buildings in the separate areas. There's only these districts, which, Medea, you are aware of the layout of this city as you helped build it.
Sister, would we get in trouble if we just flew down there?
Probably.
It seems like there are this order, and us dropping in out of nowhere, they might be like, you know, it's not orderly. Should we go to the main gate?
Probably. Can I do a check? Do I know any back ways in?
Oh, give me...
All of them.
All of them. No.
Just give me a straight...
It's changed.
Just give me a straight wisdom check to see how much you remember.
Wisdom check.
Yes, check.
That's gonna just be flat then.
13. That's not bad. Medea would be aware of, for your station back then, there were a number of paths that the common folk probably wouldn't dare to walk or be allowed to. You do know of several entrances to the mining facilities. In fact, Medea would know that while the surface looks very orderly, below ground is a maze of carved out tunnels and mine shafts that connect to the Underelk at least a little bit. And there are actual connections from the Underelk here, which Medea is very aware of. And you could theoretically find a cave somewhere around here, and probably make your way into the mine shaft from below. And you could sneak into town. You feel like it's possible.
Do we need to?
I mean,
I don't
Don't
really
think
know
so.
how much I know about how things
Mhm.
go here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was kind of in its infancy when I was here. wasn't this big.
Also, this place stinks.
Yes,
it's really
I
bad.
agree.
Over.
Yes,
This
it's
place is
not a
very
pleasant scent. Why do you think I wear
unclean.
perfume all the time? I still
Yes.
can't get it out of my skin. It's just disgusting.
As you
Um,
guys, I'm assuming, are still airborne at this point, kind of discussing on the broom, and Perry is a bird.
Crawl.
The clouds of smoke do lift up over the cliff a bit, and there is a definite stink of like sulfur, something definitely burning that is, how do I put it, very minerally, like coal fires, but different. There's a smell there that most of you are not familiar with, which is the smell of industry.
Mm-hmm.
Bird Peria sneezes.
Yes, definitely.
So, to be like, hurry up and make a decision, because I don't want to be here as long as.
All right.
That's true. Yes, let's just go down and be orderly about it. I am at least from Holy Land, so
Right.
we should be fine.
I'm flying. Can I look towards the city to see if there's like people on rooftops, like lookouts?
Give me a perception check.
Alright, I gotta look at real quick. It's a +2, and I have advantage.
Yes, you are a bird now.
Bored.
Yeah.
You are bored now.
Wow.
Oh,
Mm,
natural
well,
one.
Nice!
2 natural ones.
Nice!
So
So,
now, right?
getting out
Two
now.
natural ones with
I can't
advantage.
see because of the smog.
Yeah, I'm gonna say legitimately, as you're like going to look, a massive like gout of smoke just and it hits your eyes. And they start to sting. I think almost instinctively, Peria goes to like land just from that, and you guys lose a little bit of elevation.
I guess we follow you. Are you all right?
Hold on.
I can understand common, by the
You
way.
can understand. Yes,
You just can't speak
I
it.
can't speak because I'm a.
Paria, are you okay?
Okay, speak with animals. You can speak with Chris. You can speak with
I
Mira.
can understand you for 10 minutes.
Smoke in eyes. Ugh. That's what I say. Because I have intelligence.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah,
It's
she's
true.
fine.
Okay. Well,
I hate this
yes,
place.
I don't think we should just be flying across this city.
No, let's
So-
stay up here until we get down to basically like I think we should just kind of
We're gonna
and then
skirt
fly
to the
down
main
and then
gate.
walk.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so you guys move down to the main gate area, flying over the remains of the Tarask, which you do see as you go over the Tarask bones, which in the distance are just these towering, almost like a rib cage of just curved ivory. You do see there are a number of figures standing amongst them. Looks like either guards or researchers of some sort that do kind of like look up at you as you pass by, and you do know that you've been noticed as approaching. And perhaps if you had gone into the city, there may have been consequences. So good job. But as you guys land in front of the main gate, you find that the road leading up to New Baristock has been cleared of a lot of vegetation. There is trees in the distance, but a lot of the initial area has been cleared out, and it looks like there are plans to expand. Like they're making markers of spots to perhaps move outward more. There's like some construction crews, it looks like, carts of raw materials. Medea would recognize the process, but you don't recognize any of the people doing it. They all seem to be well uniformed this time. But at the main gate, there is a portcullis, like the fence-like gate at the front that is currently down, and there is a line of carts and a individual going through the carts one by one, checking the contents. And it seems like there's like a checkpoint to get in or out of the city.
Fun.
All right, let's get in line.
Won't take a while.
A waddle.
Saying as a bird?
Yeah, for right now.
Okay. So you guys stay in line, and the queue isn't terribly long, thankfully. And as you guys are saying, there are a couple more carts come up behind you guys, and you guys find yourself in the middle of this line at some point. And one by one, you see a cart pass inspection, get the all clear. The gate goes up, cart goes through, gate comes down, next one comes up. You've been to some cities that have had strong security. Peria went through Yermis back in Kelsfeld that had all the 7 gates. This is slower. This is more methodical, and they're very careful of who gets in, clearly.
Polymorph.
Okay. You freak the crap out of a horse behind you guys that's pulling a cart as the giant bird turns into a normal person. Eventually, though, the cart in front of you is pulled into the city, and the gate falls down again, and a well-dressed man with, it looks like a clipboard and a pen, approaches your group. He's got greenish skin with pointed ears and these strange little, like, almost tiny tentacle-like protrusions from the chin. Looks like a Githzerai of sorts. So, what do we have here? What goods are you bringing into New Barastock? What's your purpose and your name?
We're here to do business.
I see, I understand. That is why all are here. What is your business?
Buying silver weapon. Or buying silver.
Oh,
We have a lot of money.
I see, mercantile, understood. So he makes some notes. And how much are you willing to buy today? What is your look for a bulk purchase, I'm assuming?
Enough to silver our weapons?
Yes.
Small business venture, low quantities per
Where-
year.
I see. He looks a little confused. Flips through some papers. Okay, so you're here to silver weapons. How many weapons have you brought to be silvered?
One,
I just put mine.
2, 3, 4, 5. About less than 10.
Less than...
Well, okay, we're having
Flipping through a few more papers.
We're having 3 silvers, and then we're also going to get some silver arrows.
Arrows.
That's
Okay,
why I said less than 10.
So acquisition and manufacturing. Oh, all right. He seems like stumped for just a moment.
I'll reach into the bag of holding and pull out the giant sack of money and just put it lightly on my hand and say, you know, I'd really just want to spend some money today.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm not trying to buy him off. I'm just trying to.
Done that. Hell yeah.
All right,
We're
persuasion.
here to
Come on.
prosper your place.
Better.
16.
Yeah, it's low.
He
for
looks.
something.
His eyes glance from the clipboard to the bag to you. You see, he goes, "You over here. Come here. I need you." A guard steps over, and he's like, "Go and get Devry. I need him to cover my shift for the day. I am having a unique circumstance." Yes, I know I'm out of points. But this is important. I need you to. Okay, please. Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Yen. I will be your personal guide through the city today. So it seems you are here on personal business. This is a unique circumstance. What is your threshold for purchasing?
That depends on what you have in stock.
This is New Barastock, the city of innovation. We have everything and more than you could possibly imagine.
I don't think you understand how much I could want.
That is what I look for. Ambition.
What? I am a procurer of rare arrows for my collection.
Yeah, you're a little weird about it too.
What?
She's not wrong.
What is wrong with being ready for anything?
It's a bit of an
Nothing.
obsession,
That's-
really.
My apologies. He gestures you guys to step out of like the line, and people start to like move up. I'm sorry. Just over here for the moment. This is an unusual circumstance. The city is not open to the general populace typically, but if you are investors, kind of gives like a little wink, then I can make an exception if you are looking to inject some commerce into our economy, so to speak.
I get it.
I'll pull out 100 gold pieces.
I knew you were discerning customers at the first moment I saw you. Anyways, so listen, here's the thing. If you are not here for actual bulk purchase or trade with an official deal, and you're just looking to silver some weapons, my recommendation: stay away from the districts. They are just as regimented. You will need paperwork in triplicate to get through any of the gates. However, you may have.
When I used to be here.
You used to be here?
Yes. I helped make this place. But
What's your file name? My apology. Do you have an
no,
identification
that's
number?
Fine, that's fine. No,
If you had previous
it's a very long
residency,
time ago.
if you had previous residency here, that gets you in automatically.
Medea Varos is her name?
Medea Varos. Let me see if I can find something. Begins. One moment, please. Let me pull up our records. And he goes into a small room off to the side, like attached to the main gate.
Why'd you do that?
What do you mean? If it can get us in, what's the problem?
After a couple of minutes, you guys sitting waiting, he comes back out with what looks like a ledger, and he's flipping through. Varos. It's with a V, correct? Varos?
Yes.
Well, I don't see a record of you here, though these records are not fully extensive. I am aware that there were workers in the city at a time from various walks of life, but if perhaps you had some other form of identification to show, I could make an exception.
I'm just gonna give him I have a Holy Land one from New
Yes.
I'm assuming I do.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like, this is my actual identification, but
Your citizenship
you
paper.
go.
Yes, of
Yes,
course,
yes.
of course. I'll make a note of this. I'll see what I can find. In the meantime, though, yes.
We're looking for, I think, your personal touch in this. We're obviously not very experienced in dealing with industry. I think that's something you can help with, and I'll just slide him 50 gold pieces, or like a handful of gold, essentially.
You already gave him 100. This is like water.
I just pulled it out. I
Yeah.
didn't actually give it to him.
Yes, I think you are quite right. Allow me to escort you through the city to a discerning smith of great renown who can handle your issues. I believe he's free today. Please,
Fantastic.
this
And
way?
that can be reciprocated again upon exit of the city.
Of course, of course. I have no doubt of your patronage. Right, please follow me and keep orderly. Don't wander. Don't stare either. And he begins to move towards the main gate. He whistles up and signals something, and the gate begins to rise open. Kind of cuts off one of the carts in line, ushers you guys through, and begins to walk into New Barristock proper. As you guys step through and the gate comes down behind you, you find that there are almost like painted on lines or lanes on the roads. Not like a roadway as we know it, but more so of a, please follow this line to reach your destination. And you see there are words printed on them that show like, turn right here to reach the security district, turn left to reach manufacturing. There's just directions printed onto the ground. And you see there are carts and people carrying wagons, people porting goods on their back, moving along these lines in an orderly fashion between where to go. Occasionally, as you guys are kept guided through this town, there are stops as someone crosses. There's a guard in what looks like fully metallic armor with little steam vents throughout. No skin showing. The only way you know they're not constructs is by the tone of their voice and the casual attitude they have. They don't act robotic. They're people, but they're
Those are
wearing...
very nice.
Oh, yes, latest equipment for the military force, of course. We have been... the reason the city is in such a tight state these days is, of course, for the war effort. Most of the manufacturing district, almost the entire mining district, obviously the security district, and even our research district are fully booked for Lord Dior's war. And we, of course, will supply the most fine and effective weaponry possible. The mercantile district is open, but only to those trading in goods, not necessarily in services. Where I'm taking you, though, is a bit of an outlier, but he is well-renowned. Have you heard of Dresden?
Dresden.
The
Have
guy
we
that
heard of
built the
Dresden?
train?
Yeah, the guy who built the train.
Yes.
I'll say that as Peria, because I wrote
Oh,
it.
you're familiar with the Calciferlian Express.
Very.
Didn't that
Yes.
thing blow up?
It did.
Yes, it did. And oh, that was a moment. Dresden's Sir Dresden's reputation has been a bit rocky ever since that moment. But I assure you, his esteem with weapon craft is adequate.
Like, not quiet, or somewhat quietly, but making sure that Yen can hear and be like, it wasn't his fault it blew up. It was excellent craftsmanship.
But
Okay.
anyways, so Miss Varos, you said you had previous residence here. I don't seem to have record of it. Do you remember where you lived? Perhaps we could stop by and someone who recognizes you could verify your identity.
I mean, we kind of just came here for silver weapons. We don't really need to meander about, right?
Oh,
I mean,
Of course. This would really help with my paperwork if I had a definable reason for letting you into the. It's fine. We can just double back to that later after your
yes,
weapons are silvered. As you guys are passing through the main thoroughfare of this central area, you pass around one of these spires that has entrances at the bottom, which then seems to wind up to the top, where these cables shoot out across the city, connecting to other ones. And you see a little bit closer now, it doesn't seem like mostly people use these. It's a lot of products. Giant carts hanging from these wires of raw ore, lumber, various tools sent to expedite the war efforts.
Does it look like it's powered through Aura, and similar to how the train had those posts that drew the aura from
Arcana
the...
check.
Arcana. Well, bam.
10.
Yeah.
You weren't even really sure how the train worked 100%.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you do see a couple of those like similar spikes along the sides that have this energy moving up them. It's possible it's similar.
Were these things around when I was here? Or
Oh
no?
god, no. When you were here, this was barely functioning industry.
Yeah. He was a baby.
Yeah.
I'll whisper to Medea, how long ago were you here? Like, decades? Hundreds of years?
I have to think. Becky has to think.
Like
And-
20 plus years?
No.
I know. Mm-mm.
So it has to have been after the descent.
Oh, so maybe like
Because the Holy Land was up in the sky.
right.
At maximum, no, yeah. You've been here 20 years. You were here 20 years ago. You were here right after the descent.
Descent. About 20 years ago, give or take. Right after it fell from the sky.
Okay. Man, it really just put into perspective how much younger I am than you guys. Okay.
What? We are young.
I know you are.
You see, Piscean leans over. Don't worry, I'm the only one here that's not gonna live to 100.
100? I'm already
That makes me
past.
so sad.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Your
What?
life expectancy does not matter. It's what you do with it.
Yeah, I didn't feel bad about it, but now I'm starting to kind of think about it like that. True.
but it doesn't hurt to have extra time. Look at Q.
Oh,
She's
I'm
been
sure
around
it
for
does.
900 years, but she wasted 900 of them. Not
Yeah,
your,
that's
not
true.
not of your choice. Not of your choice.
Anyway.
Which, by the way, just for reference, she hasn't been breathing this entire time because she doesn't like this.
You don't have to, that's true. You also can optionally not breathe. as you guys reach this next corner, the path diverts left and right, and you see the path to the left. The road, like the road markers, stop and do not show like a turn left to reach destination ahead. There does not seem to be any sort of traffic in this direction. Medea, you do know that is where the monks dwell. Monks of Barastock. And you guys begin to move around.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like the furthest away from that.
Sure.
Yeah.
That thing.
Fair.
Yeah.
What's over there? I'll whisper to Medea.
Just
Nothing.
Inside check.
So,
It's okay. I'm rolling like shit today, guys. Oh, that's
Oh,
better.
well.
The one time. No, okay.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, Carrie, you
pick that
can
up.
It's
you can pick
something.
up. Yep,
Yeah.
just something.
All right.
Yen doesn't really seem to, he's kind of been giving you like a little bit of like a tour, like on this side you'll see this, on this side this. As soon as you guys pass that area, he doesn't even mention the giant building off to the left. But as you guys do approach this area, he does gesture up to the towering golem-like figure to the northeast, which is not a statue. It is, in fact, what looks like a solitary standing suit of armor, almost. And there's massive, what looks like a ring of bridges and towers that surrounds it, and there's a lot of activity along this ring of bridges. As you're watching, one of these towers begins to telescope up with like an intersection that's thinner from the outer, raising, and then another intersection raising, and from the top a bridge extends out to reach the shoulder of this large suit of armor, and you begin to see workers moving across. Seems like doing maintenance or something on this massive suited figure. And that, of course, is the pride of New Barastock, and the only reason that Sir Dresden still has the reputation he does have. That is the aptly named Dresnot, protector of the Holy Lands.
A lot bigger up close.
Yes.
Versus when you see it at New or nothing.
Yes, I am
Thick.
sure. I am sure. But we will not be going there. No. Sir Dresden's foundry is right up ahead, and there is a gate here, but unlike the others you've been passing through that are all like closed off, this one's just open, and there's no real traffic going in or out. But you see this one section, this one like district has been sectioned off, and is just dominated by a massive building with multiple plumes of smoke coming out of it, and there does seem to be a sign that reads Dresden's Foundry. Yen stops at the gate. Well, unfortunately, that is where I will have to leave you off for the moment. I will be waiting here, though, when you are ready to exit
You're
our
not
wonderful
going
city.
to introduce us?
No.
No, I apologize.
Why not?
I have to go meet with my supervisor.
Okay.
Inside 7.
Yeah.
Hard to see. Insight?
I want to try insight.
11. 11, jeez.
Yeah.
Nobody really gets a strong sense of why he doesn't want to go in. You don't sense like danger, but based on his earlier comments of Dresden's reputation, it just seems like he doesn't quite like him.
Interesting.
That's the best way you can get.
Hilarious.
That's the best
Okay.
way you could get it.
He's probably just jealous. I'm thinking that. It's in my head.
Um,
Alright,
fine.
well.
Alright, well, I guess. But do we just walk in? And
yes,
say-
yes, by all means. I tell them that you were granted entry on a oh gosh, how do I even word this so it sounds official?
Entrepreneurship.
Yes, an entrepreneurship basis to inject funds into the economy of the city for a small scale, large revenue venture.
Small scale revenue, large revenue venture.
Just say there's gold. Just say there's a lot of gold involved.
Silver, gold, platinum, whatever you have.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Alright, that's the episode.
Roll credits.
Whoosh.
All
How about
right.
Kingdom
Well,
Hearts 4. Why doesn't make sense?
thank you.
You're very welcome.
Aren't you going to pay him again?
No. On our way
For
out.
the exit trip, of course. I will be waiting here. Don't worry. Take your time.
We'll hurry.
Okay.
All
Be
right, let's
back.
Bye.
go. He's going to.
As you guys leave Yen at the gate, stepping into the area of Dresden's Foundry. There are, as you pass closer to his foundry, you're passing a number of what almost looks like piles of scrap metal. But as you get closer, you realize it's discarded construct pieces, like arms, chassis, torso, limbs, just various scrap of projects. And upon approaching the foundry itself, you see the door is kind of cracked open, and you hear the sound of some sort of grinding or heavy metal moving through the building.
Are there other people around?
Doesn't seem to be.
Great. Walk in, I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna walk in. No time like present.
Hello.
Oh.
Walk in as knocking.
As you guys step in, calling out hello, you're greeted by a chaotic environment. There is what looks like a large desk, like a registration desk or something, where you might place orders or discuss with someone, but it's covered in various broken and irregular shaped hunks of metal, like scrapped, bent, broken, cut. There's papers scattered across the floor. It reminds you a little bit of like when Toloko kind of had his moment, Paria, but worse in some ways.
It's oily.
There is a stink of chemicals, tools scattered across the floor. And you can hear there is that sound, that whirring, grinding sound. You now hear is kind of like a grinding noise from a room off into the back.
I feel like I should be wearing safety glasses in here.
My ears hurt.
Yes.
Maybe we should go towards the annoying, awful sound.
Yes.
Sure. Perhaps he is working on something.
I'm just gonna stay vigilant, for things flying. Or,
Sure.
Things gonna probably hit us. Who knows?
Sure. Yes.
I'm just gonna
Debris.
Debris.
Shrapnel.
Yes.
Oil messing up my makeup.
Okay. Staying vigilant, you guys move through, stepping over piles of discarded inventions, and you come to a room where you see a man in heavy overalls, thick leather gloves, goggles over the eyes, currently grinding what almost looks like a blade against a wheel, and a massive machine, like it looks like a machine that was designed just to move a whetstone. This like massive engine just causing this thing to spin constantly, causing this grinding, whirring sound. And it looks like he's sharpening like a long blade of some sort. But the blade itself is unusual, as it seems to go from like a hooked, curved sword into just a wrist and forearm, like it's the arm of a robot or a construct. And he's just sort of holding it and grinding it along. And then at one point, the incredibly annoying noise stops as he lifts a foot off of a pedal, and he lifts up, he holds his goggles up and inspects the edge.
Ah, great. Hello?
Ah, jeez! Drops it, falls to the ground, kind of holds it out, like, menacingly, but he's got it backwards. He was holding the blade and holding, like, the shoulder out towards you. Crap. Hi, I didn't know I had customers today. You are customers, right?
Yes, your
Was that
assistant let us here?
I don't have one
I
of
don't know what
those.
to call him.
Okay.
Gate.
Right, that's a lot of people.
Yen?
Sorry, did we have an appointment today? I swear I checked my he like looks up at like a calendar on the wall and it's empty for like months. Yeah, I was pretty sure I was free.
We were granted entry on an entrepreneurship, small scale, large profit business personal venture.
What?
Oh, it's such a mouthful.
We are here to
What?
We're here to spend money. It's
Oh, why didn't you say so? All right, and he just gets up, takes the arm with the blade and just sort of tosses it off the side. We'll get back to that later. Hey, sorry, place is a bit of a mess. Here, let's go out to the front. You know, it's probably not much better out there.
No, not really.
Sit on that golem head. You can sit over on the arm. I think this doesn't have. No, that's gunpowder. Don't sit on that.
Let's just get right to the point. Can you silver weapons?
What? Okay. What?
Can you silver weapons?
Sorry.
for a fee.
Obviously.
Wait. You guys came here for silvering?
Yes.
Like
Closest place to be from where we
gilding
are.
with silver. That's it?
So we could kill possibly werewolves.
Unless
Where are you guys from?
Unless you perhaps have something more interesting.
I do, but we'll get to that. Why did you come to New Barrostock for silvering?
It was the closest place.
Really?
From where we were.
Where were you?
In a tree.
It's a long story.
I'm just gonna say in a tree.
Okay. Sorry, this is like
I know.
walking all the way to the farm for a glass of milk. It seems a little unnecessary. You could just go to the store.
But it's also the freshest.
I mean, okay, fair. I guess that makes me the udder. Let's not talk about that.
Okay, yeah, that's getting weird.
Sorry, you really threw me off there. Yes, I can silver your weapons for a fee. Gosh, what does that even cost anymore? I haven't done something so simple in so long.
Would my character know anything of that?
Yeah, I think you'd know that.
Maintenance of
Yeah, absolutely.
people.
On average, the general going rate is about 100 gold pieces per weapon, or 10 pieces of ammunition. That's both for the cost of the silver and the labor. He's like, let me just I have to find silver. I have plenty of silver. I just have to find it in here somewhere.
Turns away. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Yeah. If you guys could just go and wait in the lobby. Oh, you obviously know this because you came to me. I'm Dresden. Name? Anyone? Group name? Single name? Something I have to put on the paper. I have to put something on the order paper.
Hold on, group name. The guy in the back's like, yeah, group name.
He doesn't know where we are.
Oh,
wait, Two hands pop out of a pile of debris, holding a paper and pen. Group name.
What they call us.
Oh,
Silence breakers.
yes. The silence
Silence.
breakers.
The silence
What?
breakers.
Since when?
I mean, that's what they called us.
Since like 3 episodes ago.
3 episodes ago.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Peria. The name's Peria. Just write it down.
Oh, okay.
Mattia Veros from Nuranati.
Yeah, these
Yeah,
two.
these two are with the Aura Guardians, if I
Heard
know.
of them?
Okay. Did Nuranati's blacksmith die? Because I swear they could silver the weapons a lot easier than I could.
No,
We were near
but
the elder tree, and we weren't at Nuranati at the time, so this is the closest.
Wait. Hold on. Let me see that. He leans forward. Okay. All right. You two are with the Aura Guardians. You're on a mission, aren't you?
yes.
Got it. Okay. Sorry. I should have noticed that. That makes it a lot more simple. I told Rose to send her people by any time. That makes sense why you were brought here. Okay. All right. I still have to charge you, though. That's the deal I made.
Harry, I
Materials still
don't
cost.
think you had to. Okay.
All right. Wait out front by the desk. Let me gather some materials.
I would like to poke around.
Yeah, sure. Are you going to be stealthy about it, or are you just nosing?
I'm gonna start to walk away from the group and then cast invisibility on myself.
Okay. Okay.
Can I infer that she's doing this, or
Uh,
the way she just looks?
Give me an insight check with advantage.
Okay.
My here deception.
Great.
Oh.
You're good.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
You're good, Chris.
Dia's a little distracted by memories of the past in this city.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So the group comes back out to the main counter area as you hear Dresden go off to another room and like kind of banging around, looking for something. Mira, as you just kind of like go off on your own, wandering.
You know
is
what
there
I'm
anything
looking for.
Okay.
You don't
all
have
right.
to ask.
Arrows. Fancy
So-
looking arrows.
Entering one of the side rooms, it looks like you're just kind of going into like another room, but as you open, it's a massive like garage-like space
Oh,
where larger machines are sitting, much like the giant Dreadnought outside. These creations seem to be pilotable, or meant to be worn, like an exterior. And you do see there is a massive ballista off to the side with arrows, technically the size of your body. And there does seem to be like a table near it with a lot of blueprints on the walls of what looks like a possible prototype for a handheld version of this ballista. There is no finished product on the table, but you do see what looks like the beginnings of a crossbow being worked on, and a number of bolts on the table.
Gotta walk up to that table and look it over.
Okay. Mira, give me I put this intelligence check.
Sure. Intelligence check. Okay, it's not too bad. 13.
13? Okay. A lot of this is over your head from like just a mechanical standpoint. You know how bows work, you know how crossbows work, but this is something else. It looks like he's designing as best as you could tell, a crossbow that is self-loading, and if you're reading it correct, self-firing as well. As in
Ooh.
potentially autonomous. It looks like he's in the middle of working on it, and its name, what is the project name? Pull up a file real quick. It is named Project Vigilus.
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 All right. Does there appear to be anything magical about it, or completely like mechanical?
That's a good question.
Where did my sister go?
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, there is absolutely magical element to this. This is like magi tech.
Okay.
Magical and technology combined together.
Arcana to see if I can glean anything from that aspect of it.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Arcana check to see if you understand like the arcane science. Okay, that's better than your intelligence was. You sense that the magic is like magic of animation being cast, like being imbued into this, so that you could use this as a crossbow that is self-loading for up to a certain number of shots, so you don't have to like spend the turn like reloading. Or it could be potentially deployed as a turret that will auto-fire on hostile enemies. But it's not complete at the moment.
I didn't know something so beautiful could exist. Scratching Mira and Chris. I love shit.
I had a
like
feeling.
this.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's there. It's not done, but it does look like he's making a lot of good progress on it. And that's just like, there's 100 other things in this room, but that's the only thing archery themed that you find.
Yeah, it catches my eye because obviously. Okay. All right.
All right.
I'm just gonna like try to remember what I can and head back, and then
Okay,
I'm gonna pull out
sure.
a note and jot some notes.
All right,
down.
I'll let you get some notes down on it. Meanwhile, as the group's out there in the lobby, it doesn't take. Actually, give me a stealth check real quick. You did go invisible, but I need to see how easy it is for you to like re-enter the group without anyone noticing.
Gotcha. So it's not at the normal disadvantage because I'm invisible.
Correct.
So if it automatically rolls, just take the first one. Okay. Well, hey.
Yeah. Yeah. The party barely notices that Mira was gone. You step back into the room, and it's basically like you undo invisible, and you're just kind of like inspecting something in the wall. And when someone like turns back, like, oh, there she is. No one has any idea that you were gone for a second.
Gonna take out a piece of paper and write some notes down.
After a minute or two of you guys kind of like ambling about this room, yes.
Before Dresden comes back,
Yes.
I wanted to bamf out Tarot Sklave,
Mhm.
and then ask Tarot Sklave, "Can you be silvered? Should you be silvered?"
Do you want to be silver?
Right.
How do you feel?
How do you feel about this?
Terror Slave would reply, "The blade that I am most known for cannot be silvered, but the physical, yes. I would hope that the smith you choose is of great renown to work on myself, since I was crafted by the likes of Kite. But,
No one will live up to that.
but, yes, if it would ensure success and victory in battle, I do not mind taking on a coat of silver."
Okay. Well, thank you for your input.
Thank you for asking.
Sure. I'll leave you outside. All right,
Okay.
I'm done.
It talks to her sword or spear for a little bit.
Sword, I see. Man, I should start doing that.
We
You
have a
talk.
very tight
Medea.
bond.
Medea, in the depths of your mind, you hear, "No."
Okay.
Was that you, or was it the sword? Who knows? After you guys reconvene unknowingly, Dresden comes out from the back room behind the counter, clambers through some stuff, dumps a couple armfuls of like silver ingots on the counter, adjusts his goggles on and says, "Okay, all right, sorry, I had to go looking for silver. I don't use it that often, but I do have some. So, what am I silvering? What's the deal?"
Also some ammunition.
What kind of ammunition?
Arrows.
Arrows. Okay, I can silver arrows. Or were you looking to purchase?
I need to purchase.
Okay.
If
I'm not really a Fletcher.
Right, I can take care of that.
Okay, that works then.
If you have the wood, I can do that.
Wood.
Right.
I'm looking incredulously at
Yeah.
Mira and be like,
Yeah.
"You don't have just regular
I mean,
arrows?"
I do have. Do I?
I actually don't think you do, because
I think I have some blunted ones.
Because the whole point of your class is you can just manifest like 30 like arrows that just poof away.
No. I do have 30 regular arrows.
Okay.
Remaining.
All right.
Because I do sometimes. Well, yeah. Because most of the time I just bamf them in and refresh my stock. I do have 30 actually. My bad.
Okay, that's good.
I just never use them.
So Dresden will. You guys put your weapons down. Paisane takes off the twin scimitars. Like, you be very careful with her. Right. Sure. So is this 2 weapons in? Oh, it's heavy. Okay.
I guess I'll hand 20 of my arrows.
Not even. All right, 20 arrows. Medea, you ask about your sword?
Yeah, because
as he's like taking all these weapons in, like he's got his arms full, he just like stops and looks like, "What the hell is that?"
My sword.
Whoa. He's like, he looks like all the weapons in his arms, gently just drops them on the ground from the side. Sorry, I'll take care of those. Could you set this? He like clears part of the table off.
Oh God.
He's interested.
Could you please set this down for me for a moment? So you set down the spell drinker.
Pretty, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Spell drinker. It's very pretty.
You don't say. Where did you acquire this?
How many years ago was that? It was in Nuvernati.
Nuvernati?
A long time ago.
If you don't mind me asking, how did you come across this?
A fearsome battle that I totally won.
Against this blade's former owner?
No, it was mine. It was given to me in fierce battle.
I'm so lost. Okay. The only reason I'm asking is I swear I've seen this sword before somewhere. It's really just it's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, sorry. It just man, that's really uncanny. All right. I'll do what I can. I don't know if it can be silvered, to be entirely honest. I'll see what I can do. Okay.
Okay, just don't ruin it.
No, it really.
When he does that,
Yeah.
can I do an insight?
Absolutely. 9.
Shit. Okay.
Hard to tell.
I mean,
Hard to read.
I know, but it's not my place to say.
As long as you take good care of her, I don't see what's the problem.
Right. You all can wait out here. This shouldn't take a couple hours at least. Anyways.
Would I know if it takes that long?
I mean, it's not just like dipping swords in silver. They have to actually be like you're edging the weapon in silver, and it has to be applied in a way that it won't just fall off. It has to be stable and secure and sharpened. Yeah, especially since it's what Terrasclave, Q's sword, Hyzane's sword.
I'm the easiest
daggers
one.
too.
Yeah, I'm gonna do Vivian's
2 daggers. Medea's sword, and then what is it? 20 arrows.
20. Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna take some time. That's not especially for one person to do.
Right.
But he. So let's.
He really needs an Amelia in here.
I wasn't. She was just shocked.
Amelia would destroy this place.
Fletcher. He didn't
I
actually.
don't know.
She didn't do silvered arrows.
I have
She
good
bought
hopes
them.
for her.
This is going to. He's gonna be like, should I? Are we separate or all together charging?
All together.
Separate checks or?
On my tab. Put it on my tab.
All right, then this will run a combined total of about 1,000 gold pieces.
Oh sure. Do you just random curiosity as I'm counting out the 1,000 gold pieces. Does New Barastock deal in diamonds? Like, is there
I
a
mean,
large?
I'm sure some come up through the mining district now and then. Gosh, I guess I could part with some of my supply. What were you looking for?
Hold on, let me double check. We're gonna find real quick.
How much it has to be worth.
Yeah, I think it's 300. A single. Single. Hold on, I'm looking up. Oh, diamonds worth 300 gold pieces.
Yes.
I mean, I'm looking. Just put my bag of money down on the ground. Thanks, man.
Whoa. Okay.
I have
That's more than I expected.
Yeah. I'm not looking to convert all of this into diamonds at
Are you
this time.
all with the Aura Guardians? Because that would explain this kind of income.
No.
No, we're not all with them, but
Wow. You must be high ranking. Okay.
My mom works for the Aura Guardians, or our mom works for the Aura Guardians.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense now. Though none of you look like you related at all, except for you two. Okay. 1,000 gold. But what was the diamond question?
How much you got? Are you willing to part with? 1,000?
1,000.
Five.
Oh God, I know. What?
5,000?
Whoa, hold on. I am not a merchant. I'm not. This is a different. I promised Rose I'd do her some favors once people came by. This is a different story. I don't have like stock. Everything I have is for my inventing purposes,
Oh, sure.
and I'm making some breakthroughs. But gosh, I mean, how much do you need?
Really, what I need, of how many diamonds I need? Hold on, I'll let you know. Hold on, I gotta find it. It's a lot. It's a lot of things to do. It's things to do. I need 25,000 gold worth of diamonds.
What the fuck?
I don't need it right now, but it's for a personal project. Of mine.
25,000 gold worth of diamonds.
What are you
How many
trying to?
times are you expecting to die, Perry?
Seriously.
The personal project.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I
Can
cannot
do an
give-
insight?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really fucking curious. What the hell?
Sure. 19. I mean, I don't know if Perry is even lying. She's just
I'm not lying.
telling.
Okay.
She's
I'm
just
just
not
saying, I
telling
have
what
a-
it is. So,
I have a personal
Mira,
project.
I'd say. What are you trying to insight? Because I can't just give you knowledge you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So when you're saying personal project, is it inciting that it's for yourself or that it's for like the benefit of someone else?
Well, I would say it's both, but mostly for someone else.
Okay.
Okay.
That's about the best I can get a direction with.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
We need diamonds, but I don't think we need.
Dresden's like, okay,
everything.
I can't supply that much right now.
I wasn't expecting
that's
it. I'm just saying you asked my end goal.
Yeah,
That is my
no,
end
sure.
goal.
Okay,
It is
Our main
quite
goal is
ambitious,
silver
Paria.
weapons. Yes.
Yeah,
I
have
think the best I
ambitions.
could cap. I think the most I could cap today, just because it's unexpected, is 1,000.
That's fine.
That's about.
If I were to come back in a couple months or something, would that be?
Could you give me a heads up?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like,
I'll let you know.
You know,
All right.
and also maybe just like go through a store.
Yeah,
I'm
just
not-
seemed- with the mine right here. It seemed like I wouldn't have to deal with. The
Listen, you guys shouldn't even be
middleman.
frequenting
I've done a lot of
Bubera
hard
stock.
labor
It's
here.
what?
What?
I'm missing
Bless you.
something. Gesundheit.
Gesundheit, yeah.
You know, Perry, I think Toko would be a better, supplier of diamonds.
You guys know Toko?
I don't.
Yeah.
He's a little sketchy to me.
Yes, but he's
Yeah.
been a bit depressed lately.
Yeah.
I
Harry
would.
cheered
I
him
wouldn't.
up, though.
I wouldn't know what that's like.
No.
Mm,
I know that.
Like-
Really?
kicks like a
I,
bit of-
well, okay.
Anyways, I'm just gonna scoops up the weapons off the floor. Gently grabs Spell Drinker off the table. Oh, this is a lot. You know what? I'm gonna get a cart. Reaches over, pushes shit off of like a little hand cart. Starts putting your weapons on it. The arrows. As he stops, he's like. Then he bends down, picks up Tarosclave. Okay, where did you get this?
In the Calspellian, I forgot the desert place. What's the desert called?
The Nomad
Barren.
Wastes.
In the Nomad Wastes.
We're entrepreneurs.
What?
This is as you're holding the legendary or
Yeah, this is the Tarosclave. I know. This is Tarosclave. Yes.
He's very nice. Please treat him well.
Him?
Yes, him. He goes by
Oh.
him.
Hello? Oh, shit. Drops it. Didn't
I'll
realize that.
bamf him before he hits the floor.
Sorry.
Like,
sorry.
Here,
sorry.
you can. Sorry.
Okay, alright. He like grabs like a rag and like grabs Tarosclave with the rag. She's not physically touching.
I don't want to talk to a sword.
I don't want to talk to the
Or
thing I'm
a
going to be
glaive.
grinding against the wheel in a minute. Anyways, okay, this is, you guys are weird
project.
and interesting and surprising. I'll be
You're
welcome.
welcome.
back.
All right.
I heard his voice, didn't I, on the train?
What?
Didn't I hear Dresden's voice on the train?
You
Like,
heard
he
no,
did-
not on the train, but you heard him. He gave a presentation before you all got onto the train.
Okay.
He was giving a speech after President Dane.
Hmm.
You've seen and heard, and yeah.
Okay. All right. I won't
Yeah.
comment. Never mind.
Okay. And he parts everything off into the back. So as you guys are waiting in the lobby, he told you it's going to be a couple of hours. What do you guys do?
She's going to need some kind of organizational system. Isn't this
Look
horrible?
around the shop.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll look around too.
Okay.
I won't touch anything.
So, looking around, he says he's not like a merchant, but there is like a certain display quality to certain things, like certain pieces he's created.
He's probably proud of.
Probably. Some of them are a little bit like dusty or covered in other like debris and refuse. As you guys are searching, give me an investigation check.
May I guide myself for this?
Yeah, you got time.
Investigation. There, 20.
20.
Nice.
19 or a die.
24.
Ah, there we are.
So, Medea, as you're investigating, you find there is like this wall of, it looks like weapons set up. Some of them are most of them are clunky and like have gears and looks like they require like fuel. Like maybe he's created something that you like power to use. You don't know how you would ever wield them. You don't feel like you're trained in using these. However, one of the weapons you do see on the wall, set up, just kind of looks like a very plain greatsword, except that the blade itself is very strange. The shaft of the blade is almost like rounded, like concave, and it has these two razor blade like edges down the length, and it ends at a flat end. And it's just sitting up there. It catches your eye because it's the only thing that's not covered in gears and wires and stuff.
This one looks a little plain. How far away is it? How is it?
No, you can reach it. It's like
reach?
it's within arm's reach. You have to like get up, like lean up a little bit, but you imagine.
Does it look like it's supposed to be up there so people don't touch it?
No, it looks like it's up there because it's the least flashy thing, and all the cooler, like more gear-oriented stuff is down below. It looks like it's been kind of up there for a while.
I'm gonna take it off and look at it.
Okay. You reach up and grab it off. It's got a little bit of heft to it. It's definitely a great sword. It's like two-handed style. The base at the hilt, there's what looks like a round dial that has like a little notch on it, and you see at the end of the blade where it's flattened, there's a hole at the end of the blade.
Oh.
Turn the dial. Turn the dial. I want to see what it does. Turn the dial.
My brain is telling me to turn the dial. And I heard a no earlier, but this one's telling me yes.
Yes.
Do it. I probably would play around with it because I'm
Okay.
like, oh, this is interesting. And
So
I can
maybe, like,
actually operate this.
Swing it a little bit. It's well balanced, if not a little heavy. But the dial does seem to be like, as you give it a little test, it does turn a little bit. It takes a little bit of like give before you actually have to.
This thing hasn't been used in a while.
Yeah, it's like a pickle jar. It's like a pickle jar. You have to put a little bit of muscle into it. But as you turn it, eventually you hit a point where it was difficult, and then suddenly it's very loose, and it shink goes, and you hear shing, and out the top of the hole, almost like an internal blade extends out the top, forming a full lance.
Weird.
And now it is a much, like, it's still hefty, the same heft as it was before, but now it's longer and a bit more unwieldy. It's about twice the length now.
Oh my. This would be good for surprise attacks. Oh my. Yeah.
Good bit for dragon riding, wielding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm assuming it
I have
went
all
the
the
whole
reach
way
I
for the
need.
dial.
What was that?
When I turned it the whole way it could go.
Yes, it does feel like it doesn't have like multiple settings. It's just either the blade is out or in. That's kind of it.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
That's
Cool.
interesting. No other buttons?
Doesn't appear to be any other buttons. It almost feels like when you turned that dial, like a spring-loaded mechanism was activated and then it shot out, and you'd have to kind of like reach up and pull it down and click the dial back into place.
Like an
Switch
umbrella.
spear.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'll just put it back to the way it was. That's
All right.
That's very interesting. Never
Um,
seen anything like that before.
No.
Peria, as you are investigating, there is this. It's covered in like a dusty rag, but there is as you peek under, there is a glass case on like a pedestal off to the side that has like a dusty rag or a curtain over it, and then stuff piled on top of it, but you have to like carefully place down under, and you pull back the curtain, and there's this glass case with a golden, almost brass orb sitting on a pillow
Oh,
under
God.
the case.
Oh no. Is the case locked?
Do you try it? Do you like try to open it?
Absolutely.
It swings open. It's not locked. It
Oh,
doesn't.
no.
Oh
Doesn't
no.
seem like this place gets robbed very often.
Nope. Alright, hold on, let me see what I got.
It's
Spell.
with the case open. It appears to be a brass or copper sphere, roughly the size of your fist.
Okay. I'm
Um.
gonna cast See Invisibility on myself.
Okay.
Just to see if there's anything in the case, like crisscrossing over
I see.
top of the orb.
You don't see any invisible or ethereal signatures on the case.
Alright, I'm gonna look around too. To see
Give
if
me a
there's any
perception check.
sensors.
Give
Oh,
me a perception check.
Alright, here we go. Let me unmark guidance. So good at perception, guys. Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
You don't see anything in the room.
Alright. I don't I guess I don't have detect magic, but I think I can use an arcana check to discern if there's magic coming from the orb.
Yes, I think you could discern if it has magic. You can't discern like the type,
Right.
but use Arcana.
I will guidance myself for this because I
Okay.
care about it. Fuck.
11. It's probably magical.
That's probably. That's probably. Mira,
Yes.
can you detect magic today?
Can I detect? No, I don't. No, I do
Can you
not have.
identify things?
I can
today? 'Cause I
identify.
can't.
Yes. Why? What did you find?
What is this?
Oh, what is this?
It's shiny.
Are we all in the relative area?
Yeah, you guys are all still kind of in the same. Some of you may have moved off to like another side room that has like these display weapons and stuff up, but it's all relatively still in the foyer area. Dresden's just gone to like the back.
Yep, I'll touch it and cast Identify.
Okay. Cast Identify, and immediately you know that it is known as a chronal sphere. CHRONAL. Chronal sphere. This brass sphere is roughly fist size and weighs 1 pound. It vibrates gently while held, as tiny mechanisms were inside. While holding this sphere, you can use a bonus action to speak its command word, which, through Identify or attuning, you know what it is, causing spectral clock hands to appear on its curved surface and indicate the current time of day. The hands remain on the surface of the sphere until you speak the command word again. This only functions on the material plane. Additionally, while holding the sphere, you can use an action. Bless you. You can use an action while holding the sphere to cast either the haste or slow spell, save DC 18, with no concentration required. Once the sphere has been used to cast both of these spells, it loses its property and becomes inert.
It's consumable.
Oh, it's a one-time user.
for each haste and slow,
Yeah.
with no concentration.
Oh.
Requires attunement.
Haria, it
Does not require attunement.
Oh, it doesn't require attunement.
No.
Oh, shit.
Haria, it can bleh.
Hey, look, I
Word
found
vomit.
this cool axe
Okay.
thing
That is
oh,
very nice.
Look at this. Look at this. And then I'll just
The sword.
The lance thing. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
That is very. Actually, I think that would be more Paisane speed.
Paisan's like, Paisan's like, what would be my speed? What's going on? What am I missing?
Look.
Giant sword. Do it again, Medea.
Yeah. Put it in. Shing! Whoa. Okay, that is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Yeah, I like that.
Can you
It was
imagine?
up
really
there, and it was
I
all
like that.
dusty, and I'm like, why? You know?
Yeah.
What if you were like swinging it in battle and the person was like, "Ah, you're too far away from me," and you're
Yes,
like,
that's what
"Am
I
I though?"
I don't think Paisane has issue with that though.
Yeah, I that's not really a problem I have, but
That's true.
I mean, I think it's cool. Q has problems with range sometimes, right?
Not anymore.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you got that.
She's
wonder if this is for
gotten
sale.
used to
Hmm.
that weird range slashy stuff.
It's so cool though.
It is
It's
cool.
like she slices the air and then it slices the person.
Yeah.
And magic.
Actually, I really like this sword. This sword definitely had some good taste.
Yeah.
Right.
This is true.
I'm gonna go see if this is for sale after.
Maybe
he's
this
done
is
our
for
stuff.
sale too. Just take
Uh,
the pillow, the orb, and put it on the counter.
Perhaps
And just wait.
it does seem like it would be useful.
Very useful.
What's this orb? And then I look at what you guys have.
So remember when I made you two really fast that one time?
Oh, I loved that.
And then do you remember when I made those people really slow, like recently?
I love that more.
Yeah, it does both.
Oh.
But only once.
And
But
the best
yes.
part is you don't
Oh.
have to know the
It's
spell
constant.
to use it too.
Oh.
Which is great. Yeah. So
But you have
I
to have a free hand.
Oh.
then
Yeah,
that's
you have to
fine.
hold it.
I can juggle things.
Yes, you
I'm a
can.
juggler.
My hands are occupied.
Yes. So
Same.
out of everyone to hold on to this, I think you would be me, since you guys use your hands for fighting. And I used to do that, but not anymore.
You sound like you miss it or something.
Every once in a while. Every once in a while.
I mean, there was only one
Aw.
fight where you were upfront and personal. And then you got re-alived and you changed.
Re-alived.
Yes, just the one.
Yes, just the one.
Just the one.
Plus the other, like,
What is it?
3 times you told us about in your stories.
Right?
Right. Yep. Yeah.
You were
But-
paladin for a day.
It's a 5.
It's
but
like a
it's
yeah.
like a week. You know,
Maybe.
it's fine. Less than that, but it's fine.
Sure.
Anyway, speaking of stories, so you know how we're in your guys' awful, dream negative selves
Yes.
experience, and that very last experience we saw.
Aria? You mean, Q's?
No, I'm talking about the one before we got out. Oh, good, you guys don't remember it.
Oh,
Let's just leave it
no.
at that then.
You're talking about the king.
Yes. As a collective group, we should never bring that up
Oh,
in the place we were from
all
earlier
right.
today.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh. Can everyone agree to that?
Sure.
All right.
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter
makes sense to me, I guess. I
Did
don't really care.
they tell you to zip?
I'm just insight, Mira. Like, does she legitimately not remember or made the connection?
I
or
wasn't there when you
is
had
it-
your conversation outside.
I know,
and-
but I said Nyx, and then Frost came in and said to everyone while
Oh,
present.
did he come in to say it? I don't remember him coming in and talking to the party.
He was like, "You were never supposed to see this."
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the dream state, yeah.
In the
Oh,
dream
Yeah, I remember
state,
that.
when
Basically,
everyone was
yeah.
present.
But you never came to the party and said, "This is the first time you've come to the party and been like,
Yeah.
don't talk about that."
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
I'm trying to basically, the characters make the connection while in the
Oh, yeah.
dreamscape that
That
Nyx
Nyx is
is
Frost.
Gotcha.
Right.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm trying to discern
Gotcha.
in character.
Should we make intelligence checks or something so that we know if we did or not?
No.
I did say his name out loud in the dreamscape.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
I did.
Okay, then we would have made
Yeah.
it.
I think, Perry, give me an insight check.
Okay. It's like, where are you?
Yeah, you can tell that the party has pretty much realized that the rebellion leader is the king of the kingdom he's rebelling against.
Okay, great. That's
Yeah.
what I was trying to discern. I should have just said that in the first
understand
place.
that could be bad.
Complicated would be one
Fair.
way to put it.
Mythical. Yep.
So, alright.
So, anyways, while we're waiting on him, is there anything else out here? I'm gonna make
I mean, it's a bunch of
my own
Investigation.
This one's nice. I don't see anything else that looks good though.
Question.
Yes.
I'm looking for magical items. Does this apply?
Age-old stories of magicians and searching for clues related to them. You manage history and investigation checks related to magic.
I'm looking for a magical.
No. Specifically because Dresden is an ancient Elkin, I will say yes. History would apply to him and his creations.
Oh, I get an advantage.
Guide yourself.
All right, I can guide myself. I keep forgetting that I took that cantrip. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Investigation.
19. Searching for specifically magical things.
It's magic, you know.
You find this strange little toolbox, it looks like. At first it looks like a chest. And you think this probably has something good in it.
Is it a mimic?
And as you unclasp it, you see there are these, I want to say 5 or 6? Let me just count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 compartments inside this little chest, and in each one there's what looks like a little mechanical insect.
Yeah,
Sitting.
alright. Woo! You were trying to steal that shit. Maybe.
Just like a strange little bug made of metal and glass.
Cool. Spy cam.
What is this? I'll pick up number.
So I'll just
3.
listen. I'll listen from left to right.
Sure.
The first one is an earwig, little bug with like the 2 prongs at the end.
God.
The second looks like a firefly.
Ooh.
Third looks like a bee. Fourth looks like a beetle. Fifth is a caterpillar. And the 6th is a mosquito.
Oh yeah.
I'll pick up the
Those are
bee.
intricate as hell.
The bee? Okay. It's a little pill-shaped bee. Little gold little button eyes. 2 little glass wings on hinges that look like they'd flutter. And it has a little tiny stinger at the end.
Is adorable. Identify.
Identify.
I'm almost out of first level spell slots.
This is a Clockwork Healer Bee.
Ooh.
This does require attunement. It's a 2-inch long brass bee, has a soft pair of tiny wings to silently keep it aloft. It can hover up to 5 feet above the ground, does its best to stay by your side at all times. It has 8 charges and regains 1d6 plus 2 at dawn. While it's within your space, you can speak its command word and expend up to 3 charges as a bonus action to command it to heal a creature you can see within 20 feet of you. It flies the creature's space, stings it, and a light appears, and it heals instead of injures. It is considered a magical object, has AC and hit points, can be repaired with the mending spell or through other means. There does seem to be another possible way to mend it, but you're not sure of it through this identify spell.
All right. I don't think I could afford to unattune from anything.
Yeah, no.
Because I have my cloak, my bow, and the amulet. It is really cool, and I love it. It's so adorable. Look at it! I just, like, put it up to Medea's face.
What?
It's so cute!
It's a cute little brass bee. Like a little bumblebee.
I guess.
What do you mean you guess? It is adorable.
I guess. It's not really my speed.
Fine. Nadia! Look,
It's so cute.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Insight, do you think it's actually cute? Or are you just saying that?
Well,
You don't know.
Great.
Okay, wait, I'll
It's
throw
true.
deception. Hold on, I'll throw my passive deception is a lot. 15.
Great.
15.
Do I need to roll?
No,
No.
no.
Okay.
It's,
Alright.
Yes, it is adorable. Hmm.
It's very naturey. Very. Your
I mean, it's
style,
not.
your
It's
aesthetic.
mechanical.
it's very much not, but it's in the
I mean,
style
but-
of it.
You're like a mix between nature and arcana.
Yes,
you know,
I am. I
druids
suppose.
and archmages don't tend to get along.
No,
me.
I've
I've seen that.
gathered that. It's
Well, I mean,
usually
it's
on
like-
the archmage's side.
Well, maybe they're just more overt about it, and the druids are more polite. But
There are some who have seen the grace of both, however.
like you and Sylvan.
Yes,
Yes,
you got it right.
I listen.
Yeah, but I can't. What else was in there?
So there was inside of this strange articulate box. There was the 6 slots. There was earwig, fayfly, firefly, fayfly, bee, beetle, caterpillar, and mosquito.
The fey fly stands out because
Yeah.
it's fey.
It does look like an unusual design. It's not quite firefly-esque. It's something else.
I'll use my last first level slot to identify that one.
Okay. The Clockwork Fayfly is 2 inches long. It whirs with the hum of tiny gears. You can tap its head twice as a bonus action. When you do, it flutters 5 feet in the air. It tries to follow you within 60 feet, taking the shortest route to do so. If you're within 60 feet of it, you can speak another command word and cause it to emit light or fairy fire originating from its square. Yeah, it's basically just a little light bug that can follow you. Kind of like the drift globe you don't have anymore.
Yeah, does that require attunement?
I don't think this one does. No, this one does not require attunement.
Do I get to learn the DC of its fairy fire?
13.
13. Ooh, okay. Although it is non-attunement, so that makes sense.
Yeah, this one's kind of the weaker one.
But,
Still, it has like this elongated capsule butt rather than like the normal firefly. It's like a little vial of light. It's very cute, actually. Little headlight eyes.
the earwig
Listen,
is
do you-
disgusting. I don't
Listen,
like
do you think you should
beetles.
be rooting around in this? I don't know if they.
What else are we supposed to do for an hour?
It's longer than that.
However long it's
Hours,
going
I
to
think.
take him.
Be a very long time.
Cool.
Is there anywhere to
Perhaps
sit?
we can ask him about these.
Plenty of places, not many chairs.
Ah, right, yeah.
Perhaps we
The
can.
lobby, but they don't have chairs. Yeah, he needs a secretary.
I'm hungry.
Ay,
Is anyone else hungry?
little bit.
I wonder if Yen's still there. I wonder if he could get us some food.
Or we can just go around and look for food.
Well, I don't know that we should wander because Medea, you give me like you don't want to be here at all vibes, and
I mean,
I trust your instincts on this. So.
I'd prefer to just do the silver and get out.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So
If
that's
we're
why
hungry.
we could stay here, have Yen
Yeah,
maybe
okay.
go out and get us some food and come back.
I mean, yeah, once we're done here, we can just, like, kind of fly somewhere else.
Yeah.
Where are we gonna fly to eat? I didn't see any restaurants on the way, Q.
I went to a different town.
Oh, I don't know. I'm
Uh,
not from here.
If we well, we have an
Don't you-
hour. I could if we really need to, I could make some good berries.
Don't you?
No,
I'm walking out.
What? Is she sick of them?
Who wouldn't be?
But they're my good
Eat those
berries.
things in the freezing cold for how long? Huh?
I mean, yes.
You can have it.
I'd have to take time to study it again, think about it, however that works.
Well, I'm going to play. I'm going to play a game because I'm bored. So I have in my background I have a gaming set.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Three Dragon Ante.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like
That's
a
a card.
game of intrigue or whatever. Let me just post it in here. I'm just gonna be playing that.
It's a card game.
If
Yeah.
anybody else wants to play.
Tarot deck.
I'm very bored, so if anybody wants to join, you can. But
Texas Hold'em. Gotcha.
yeah, we don't have to roleplay that, right?
June's just gonna practice Inner Flame.
Okay.
I'm just gonna peruse.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't want to identify. None of the other ones really interested. Mira, Beetle. Ew. I mean, I should
you
like
guys-
nature, but earwig, disgusting.
You guys generally just spend time waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
At
all
this point.
All right, you guys sit around in Dresden's foundry for a bit, waiting for the busy work to be done. After about 2 hours of waiting for him to be done, Perry, how long does the invisibility last? Was it
An
for
hour.
the first hour?
It's just the first hour.
Give me another perception check, real quick.
Come on, be better. I'm sure I'm not guided. Perception. Yeah, that
17?
was much
Better,
better.
a lot better.
Yeah.
Towards the end of that first hour, you do see a small floating white orb in the corner of the room.
Yeah, ghosts.
Well, that could be scrying. That could be. I'm gonna pretend like I don't see it.
Mhm. Give me a deception check.
Sure, no problem. Perception. Ugh.
15? Okay.
What can I do? When I know I guess I'll walk into a different room and
Okay.
see if it follows.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Are we like spread out as a group, or are we?
Probably. Yeah,
Yeah.
throughout this pretty
I'm
large
sure this
building.
card
Probably
game thing I
playing
can play
Dragon Ante with Medea.
Yeah.
solitaire or something.
Paizine's trying to learn, getting frustrated at the rules.
I am going as I guess. Do I think feel like it's near that hour has been ending or is starting to end?
You do feel like you're losing sight of
Okay.
the invisibility.
Then I will go as if I'm going to. Actually, let me check this verbal and somatic. See that see invisibility. Verbal,
Sneak,
somatic, and material, I believe. Yes. I will pretend that I'm guiding Paizane. And be like, Paizane, I have a real good feeling about that you're gonna do much better at this round than the last.
Really?
Tend to guidance him and see
Oh.
visibility myself.
You guys are so screwed now.
Man, I'm very good at this.
Sure.
All right.
So
Yeah.
I'll keep it up.
Okay. So into the second hour, at one point the orb does sort of blip out, and then a few minutes later begins to appear again.
I'm gonna walk into where Mira is.
Periat, can I get a wisdom save?
Fuck! Yeah. Ugh. Wisdom. I am decent. Come on, buddy. Yes.
21. As the orb is appearing, you block it.
Can I do an Arcana to see if I know what that is? Because Megan thinks she knows what it is, but
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
may I guide myself for this?
Yes, absolutely.
Boom.
17. Definitely scrying. That was a scrying sensor, and now that you're aware of it, you managed to save
Say
against it
no.
to block it. Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Well, fuck.
You would note Frost was mentioning that he was keeping you guys safe from that, and does not seem to be doing that right now.
Yes.
He did.
I'm
He did.
sorry.
No,
Well,
We're also very far away.
yeah, we're not there.
And he said that they stopped.
Yeah, and Frost also said they stopped doing it, scrying.
That
Yeah.
is correct.
Becky's just saying he's dead.
I,
Thinks of the worst
I
case
bet,
scenario.
I bet you it's the bard.
That's
I'm
a
gonna
good.
message. I have a
that's
third
good.
level spell slot still. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's
the bard would need
2,
scrying
okay.
to figure out where the fuck we are.
I'm
Or
going
or
to
he put
message.
something on us.
I'm gonna message Nick, High King Nix. I
Okay.
guess. Let me think of how to say this. Because I know people can intercept messages. Hate it when winter passes. Really miss the chill air.
That it?
Yeah.
There's a pause, and then, well, luckily, there is always winter in Gardas. Rest of the world, not quite as cold.
Okay, good to know. Yep. Alright. And I will go over to Mira and say, we should leave soon.
Alright. Sure, we have to wait a day.
We have to wait a while. I know, I'm just saying that there's eyes in the Holy Land.
Right. Well, they... Can I pick up on what she's saying? Trying to get at?
Yeah. Give me an insight check.
There are many people with eyes in the Holy Land. Yes.
Blonde moment.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Becky.
Oh, you mean those eyes? Oh, right. I mean, they're not gonna know where this room is. That spell only shows them our immediate vicinity, right?
Shows about 10 feet around you.
Yep. So
Don't
I'm
know-
gonna.
Not gonna know
Go
some
to a-
random workshop, necessarily.
Yeah. I'm just. If I'm trusting you with this. Actually, no. If
Oh.
I already paid the 1,000 gold for the silvered weapons, but can you remind him of the other purchase I was interested in?
The diamonds.
Yes, and I'll give you the 1,000 gold. If you can
Alright.
give that to him.
What if there's anything else we want to purchase, Paria?
Ask you.
Oh,
Here's... I don't know.
All right, fine. Here, take the money. Just take the bag of money. Just take the bag of money.
Paisane
Wow.
takes the bag of money. Oh, don't worry. He's like, Gears like leans into Mira. I'll take good care of it.
You saw like
I saw the glint of arrow lust and other things.
like golden arrows appearing in
Yeah.
Mira's eyes. Chill.
Okay, well, then Paizen, can you other purchases? Also, I'm really interested in that golden chronosphere that it's on the counter too. If you can get that. I don't care how much it costs, just pay for it.
Okay, all right.
Are you
Good to
going
know.
anywhere?
No, I'm gonna go stand in this room, in this nondescript room, and just wait.
Oh,
Yeah, alright.
okay. Can I do an insight now?
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird.
I'm hiding. I don't
Oh.
want you.
Fine.
No, okay, I'm just. You guys are very
Okay.
insightful.
All right, whatever
All right.
floats your boat.
So, Paria, you leave the party, and where do you go?
Oh, I'm gonna go into like a side room
Okay, down and like away from the party
Yeah.
in the foundry.
that looks like a nondescript foundry. It's something that doesn't have significant Holy Land iconography.
Okay,
on
it's
it.
probably like a storage room, just with a lot of like raw materials.
Perfect.
Like brooms that aren't
hang
being
out.
used.
Okay. As you enter that room, give me another wisdom save.
No problem. Boom. Make sure it's good care of that. Normal wisdom. Nice.
18. See an orb appear and disappear.
This is very annoying. So I'll just wait, and then if I hear people start to make noise and gather, I'll
Right.
recast the invisibility and check for orbs
Okay.
following.
So the party now a little bit split. You guys wait a little bit longer. About another hour passes, and Dresden comes from the back room, wheeling a cart out. Sweat covered brow, a little bit like grease smudged. All right, okay. I worked best I could. Here, and he puts down 20 silvered arrows. Tarosclave with like a thin line of silver down the edge of the blade. Paisane's Wind and Whirl, both silver edged, and the Wind Razor with like a thin line of silver. And then he also lifts up and puts down very, very gently, Spell Drinker, no silver.
Ah.
I did some tests back there. I had to be sure. I really need to know where you got this. Like I need to know. How No. I'm not this is
got it.
I'm being completely serious now. I need to know who gave it to you. Because there's no way you should have this. There's no way anyone on Elkest should have this.
Why not?
Because this sword was crafted by Cariel, the Sainted Smith, for Kite.
I'm sorry, what?
Would
This
you know
isn't-
any of this history shit?
This is an Aurora Elite sword. I saw it like 2,000 years ago when I was alive, before I was sealed in the crystal. It's a whole thing. Anyways, yeah,
And you
So-
called us weird.
And we call Q
the
old.
weird things in this world. Okay, listen. I've seen this sword before. If you just happened upon it in New Renati, that means there's something going on here. There's no way this sword should just be in this world. It should be in the Invilium, in a vault somewhere.
Maybe it's a mock.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought at first, and then I did some tests, and this thing is... Look at this blade. Like, what metal is this blade? He, like, holds it up, and you see just, like, the starry night sky and the dark blade of the sword.
But it's cool.
I mean,
Exactly! It's not metal! This is dark matter!
I mean, we did meet a Soren, so I don't know.
You what?
Oh,
I mean,
great,
if you
Q.
know of the Invilium, how the hell did you not know?
I know of the Invilium, but I didn't know you met a god!
Oh, yeah, Rose Jarvis.
From a distance,
So-
my close personal friend.
Fine,
Okay,
fine,
I'm missing
you
context.
you already did tests on the sword.
Medea.
It technically was given to me by Dior.
Right.
Technically. I
Medea,
don't know where he got it.
give me a quick perception check.
Okay. Perception.
27.
Yeah.
In his rant, he said this sword was made by Cariel, the Sainted Swordsmith. Cariel is the name of the blacksmith in Renati.
Oh,
The one that appeared at some point.
oh.
The one that everyone calls Carl.
Carl.
He hates it.
Mhm. Oh. Carl. You mean Carl?
What? No. No. Cariel. Aurora Elite Smith. No. What? No.
Not Carl.
What? How long have I been gone? Listen. This... I can't work on this. No Smith can work on it. Maybe Cariel, I guess, which I guess he's around, which is fathomable, I guess. I'm sorry, I can't silver this, but you shouldn't need this thing to be silvered. This thing can absorb magic.
Yeah,
This thing devours arcana. Like this is
I've done it a few times with it, yeah.
I don't know if you have. I feel like you've only done the basic stuff with this. Listen, this thing was... I have a lot of respect for Kite. She was my mentor. She sealed me in a crystal dragon for 2,000 years.
Yeah,
Whatever.
that's
It's a
I
whole
feel
thing.
that.
Right. This sword was designed because of the type of person she was. She liked... I guess she did seal me in a crystal. Stupid.
a little unstable.
She liked to take things and make it her own.
Oh, I
This sword
admit
was
that.
designed for that.
Okay.
I think there's more to this sword than you know. And I part of me feels obligated to take it for as a relic of history, but I can't because you'd probably kill me, and I think you could. And if Cariel is in Renati and you got the sword in Renati, I can't imagine he's not aware that you have it, which means he must be okay with you having it.
Wait a minute.
Which
he did ask how. Can she recall that he asked how your sword
he
is?
sure did. He sure did. When you guys were last in Renati, he asked you how the
Does she
sword was
remember
treating you.
that? 'Cause
Yeah,
remember
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
He did.
You would
ask me
also-
how the sword was doing.
Mira specifically would remember Isorin bringing up Medea's sword when you guys were in the Invilium. And I think you asked Isorin if it was his sword, and he was like, oh, no, not at all.
That's true.
So, in the context of fighting werewolves, it's just as effective.
It still works.
I mean,
Alright, so what other things can this sword do?
I don't know. I don't know the context of this sword. I don't know the capabilities of it.
Should we
but-
go and talk to Karu?
Probably.
This is surreal. You're talking about the man who created Aura Plate as if he was just a dude on the side of the street.
Sorry,
Excuse me?
what?
Okay, we have to
I've been
go
wanting
to
some
the
of that
Renati.
armor for
I
a
need
while.
your plate mail.
Yeah, I don't. I'm very lost. You have, like, pointing to Peria, you have an... Well, you're not in the room.
I'm not
Sorry.
here. Yeah.
Where did she go? She has an aura blade.
Haria!
I will cast the invisibility one last time.
There does not seem to be a sensor at this time.
Alright, run out! Real quick! I'm here.
Haria? Oh,
Sorry,
there she
what
is.
am I-
Yeah, so there.
Yeah.
We're taking up the bathrooms. That, anyways. You have one of the swords, the prototypes that Kite made. That's impressive. It is. But you have a sword made for Kite? Who the
What?
fuck are you people?
Hey,
The
I just
people
happened
working
to
for
find
a
it.
sword, technically.
Yes.
We should have led with that.
Close personal friend.
Okay.
He is my close personal
Oh,
friend. It's not. I'm
Haria.
not just making it up anymore.
Haria,
I mean, I guess,
What? Sorry.
yeah.
use
Okay.
the gauge on him.
Oh yeah.
The what?
I
What
felt
is
it.
that?
What's he
Something we got
registered?
from a sword.
Oh my god. Kite and power gauge on Dresden?
Mm. I like a 7.
Like a 6.
Oh wow.
Mm.
Yeah, he's brainy, not strong or magic. Yeah, like a 6.
No, he's not the guy.
Oh, alright.
I'm not the what?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay, all right.
Part of the mission.
I've silvered the weapons that can be. The weapon that can't be silvered should not need it.
Great.
I'm gonna go lie down after this because
Right, I do have a question for you.
of course you do. What is it?
The Aurora Guardians were wondering how the project was coming.
The what?
Project, Vigils?
Give me a deception check.
Yo.
Oh god. Can I guidance myself?
No,
No,
I
he'll
don't think
know.
so. Because in the middle of this, you don't have the time to cast a spell.
Oh wait, that's not my roll.
You wish.
Yeah.
Ah!
4.
Technically not a lie because I am the Aura Guardians.
Yeah, but they aren't.
They aren't asking about it.
Stop it.
They are asking
Stop
about it. They are asking
Stop
about
that. Stop
The
that.
organization of
Yeah.
the Aura Guardians.
You do not
one.
speak for Rose. Anyways, he just kind of like looks to you, narrows his eyes, looks around the room, notices a disheveled like cover over a glass case, possibly a skew placed lance sword. Yeah, no, that's on me. That's on me. I left a group of very strange people unattended in my foundry. All right, fine. You snooped a little. What about it?
Yeah, okay. It's fascinating. I'm sorry.
Is it really?
Yes. Oh my god. Like that is so beautiful, but it's not done. What isn't?
Well. Oh gosh! Wow! I didn't expect an action. I thought you maybe. I thought you were gonna steal it. To be honest, when I saw you.
Why would I?
Oh,
steal
No, sorry. Just I got a different vibe. Yeah, no. I just haven't had the right breakthrough with the autonomy. I don't want it to be so autonomous that it's like a construct. It needs to be operable, but it needs to be able to be deployed. It's the other problem is mass producing it is going to be a pain. So right now I'm just working on one. I could probably finish it if I had the. Yeah. Okay. You guys get around, clearly.
How can I help you? What do you require?
So
Other tasks too, you know.
So I don't really know where you guys are going or what you're doing, but considering the armaments you guys have and the status you guys are holding, I think it's Do you think you'll be getting back to the Invilium anytime soon?
Relatively speaking, yes.
Okay, great. I need you. Oh, this is crazy. Hang on a sec. He's like, pulls on his goggles. He flips like a lens or two. Just looks around the room. Just checking. Just checking. Before I...
There's nothing here.
You can see the
Not
see the
here.
sensors.
Yeah,
Sensors?
yeah, I saw one.
Yeah,
A couple earlier
Answers.
ago.
Yeah. That's
thought
the
they were
monk.
for
No, that's the monk.
us.
That's the monks. That's the monks.
Oh.
Yeah. They're very
Oh,
they're very
yeah.
Thank God.
aware, very particular
Aware of
about who comes in their
surroundings.
city.
I
Right.
thought it was somebody else.
No.
It's just some monks.
Just some monks. Yes. Right. Just
they're not here right now, thankfully. He leans over the counter a bit. I need you guys to find old Barastock in the Invilium. The town that all of this came from, the monks came from. I've been there. It's where I built the Dreadnought, and thing is, I need my plans from there. That's where I left all my original blueprints at the original monastery, and I just haven't been able to replicate. See, when I was there, I was able to. They have this machine, the monks. It's part of the Great Works of Kite, the Apotheosis Initiative. It allows one to. Well, that's not important. That's not important. It's not. That's not what I want. I don't want the Apotheosis Initiative. That's their thing. But I did partake in it temporarily, and I kind of melded my consciousness with the monks for like about a day, and I gained insight unfathomable into the inner workings of the cosmos and technological advancement. And I had this day where I just wrote out 1,000 ideas, and Vigilus was one of them, and I've been trying to recreate it since, but I can't remember how that felt. So I have the notes back in old Barastock at the monastery. If you could get those for me, I'd be happy to finish it. And you guys seem like the adventuring sort. I can kind of see that on you.
I mean, can't you just like through magic-y magic remember your memories of it?
There weren't my memories is the problem.
Oh,
The monks operate on like a hive mind consciousness.
they're weird. They're very strange.
Yeah, I was part of that hive mind briefly, and theoretically I could just ask the monks, but they're
Difficult.
paranoid, be a better word. They would probably want to turn Vigilus into some sort of mass-produced weapon of destruction for defensive purposes. They see everything as logical and illogical. The only reason to create this weapon in their mind would be to go to war. I want it for personal defense. I want to put this in the hands of citizens who can defend themselves against monsters, not destroy other kingdoms. So,
Agree with you.
you guys are the kind to collect magical things. There's probably plenty of stuff in old Barastock you guys could use as well. So, what do you say?
Sure, we do have some things that are on a clock
Yeah,
of
no,
sorts, but
I'm sure.
Oh,
But
did Soren, did he say anything about New Barastock when we were there?
no. In fact, weirdly, one thing that he would have said that might stick out is it was believed that Kite jettisoned a lot of the excess parts of the Invilium into other dimensions and whatnot, basically like shunted them off. But I think through Soren, you learned that she actually stored some of them. She kept them, but kept them stored away. And it seems like Dresden is under the belief that Barastock is one of those little realms that might still be around.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, I know you guys probably very busy. Whatever you're doing with all of this, werewolves, right? You said something about werewolves. That's why I silvered your weapons.
yes,
Right?
yes.
Do that to do this, to do that, to do this.
There's
Oh,
there's
yeah.
no rush on
There's no
this,
energy.
obviously, but
Mhm.
if you could, that would be huge, and it would be more than just Vigilus. I could finish so many other projects that I've had in my mind, and it would help everyone. I think. We can maybe even get the train right this time.
Oh,
But anyways,
oh, right, you're the, yeah.
Anyways, yeah, thank you. Here's the silver weapons. Here's your diamonds. He like takes a small sack and puts it on the counter.
Paisan has the money.
Oh yeah, Paisan.
Right. Takes. I don't know. You gave this to me to be responsible. I'm kidding.
1,000 gold.
Dependable
Okay.
Paisan.
Haria was also
then-
wondering if that was for sale.
What? Oh,
Pointing over to
Yeah, the
The orb.
chronal sphere.
Chronal sphere, yes.
Oh wow. I forgot I had that. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I could part with that. It's technically a prototype, but it works. It's just I have all the blueprints. Since well, if you guys get my original blueprints, that thing's outdated anyways. Yeah. Sure. The parts were expensive, so I am still gonna have to charge for that. He kind of like looks you guys over, does like a quick calculation in his head, and it's like, I really can't part with that for less than 10,000.
I'm sorry, where did you say that thing?
Haria, I don't know if a one-time use is worth that.
I know, and it's very cool, but I mean, I can already kind of do half of it. I don't know if I'm worth 1,000 or 10,000 gold pieces. I think
You're
I'm
worth more than that.
I know, but I can already do half, so it's really the function is just.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anybody can do it or something.
I'm trying to negotiate down.
Okay. Give me a pitiful persuasion check.
Yeah, no, I know.
It is.
21.
It's low for me.
That is pretty low for you, but
It is. Oh wow, yeah.
9.
I mean, since you're gonna be able to make more.
yeah, okay, all right, and I guess it's better if it gets used.
How?
And I can let you know how it works. Kind of proto.
There, okay, that's it. I need
Basic.
detailed notes. I mean, he like leans over like serious. I need detailed notes. I need to know the effects, the feelings, the sensations. Does it work as intended, or better, or perhaps even worse? I need to know if there's any side effects. And I'm holding you to this. If you come back, if you come back later, and there's no detailed report,
Yeah.
no more deals.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
5,500.
Do it.
All right.
It is a very rare, wondrous item for
Yeah.
reference.
I mean, it is powerful, but oh god.
Oh no, I know. Yeah,
Concentration free.
Yeah.
I will add that to the
It's nice.
handouts real quick.
Look, money isn't gonna go with us when we die. It just moves on to the next character.
I well, I don't really have. Yeah, I can't.
Did you
really
want
talk
the light bug?
Well, I don't really. I can't. I don't have the attunement slots for the cute
That one
little.
wasn't attunement. The
Oh right, the
other one.
the Fey.
The Fey fly.
As you've gathered, we alluded to your stuff a little bit.
Yeah, I can tell.
I
Sorry.
didn't root. I saw that up there, and I was like, okay.
You know, if anything, I'm glad. Wait, I'm glad that it caught your eye.
You have some really cute bugs, mechanical bugs in here.
Oh, them. I didn't think anyone would want those. Those were like a fever dream of mine one day. That's the Clockwork Colony.
Is that
Yeah.
what you call them?
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah. They're useful. Which ones were you interested in? Well, kind of a set, but I guess I could sell them individually.
Well,
If you're not interested in the set.
could you tell me what I know what the healer bee
Yes.
things
So,
that stings good.
right.
Just
He
like
will-
arrows.
He will run through the full gamut. So first of all, the Clockwork Colony Toolbox is magical.
Oh.
This trim bronze toolbox rattles softly with the sound of bolts, screws, and other tools inside. It weighs 3 pounds, is 3 feet long, 1 foot wide, 1 foot deep, and has these empty resizable bins inside. Any metal object left inside the toolbox for 1 hour becomes meticulously cleaned and polished.
Ooh, I want it.
Similarly, any small machine, such as a compass or hunting trap, left inside is magically repaired. Any magical item with clockwork in its name specifically
That's how they
regains
can be
all its hits
repaired.
points when it left in the toolbox in this way.
So
If the magical item has charges or additional magical properties, it regains a D4 of expended charges and the ability to use those properties again. Once an item or object has been restored in this way, it cannot be used again for 24 hours.
That's still
That
really
is
cool.
really cool.
Seals?
Does the
Then-
toolbox itself has no attunement?
Correct.
Okay. Shit.
Then there is the Clockwork Earwig, the first slot.
Sounds
That's a good one.
It is non-attunement.
probably really
No
good,
attunement.
but
1-inch long copper mechanism magically coils around and clasps the side of your ear, fitting as a functional ear cuff.
Oh.
It can be worn or removed using an action. When worn in this way, the mechanism can magically process any sound you hear, granting you the following benefits. You have advantage on all wisdom perception checks made to rely on sound. You can tap the earwig twice to record up to 1 minute of sound, tapping it twice again to stop recording early. You can tap once to replay the recording in your ear, tap a second time to stop it early. Pressing and holding your finger to the earbud while it's replaying the recording will pause until you release. Creating a new recording erases the old one. You can also speak the earwig's command word as an action to cast comprehend languages from it.
it's dope.
Oh, that's a secret spy recording.
Yeah.
We can
Then-
incriminate the shit out of
Super
someone.
spy.
You know about the Clockwork Fly,
Yeah.
the Clockwork Healer Bee. There's a Clockwork Ink Beetle. This also not attunement. Most of these are not attunement. This minuscule mechanical beetle is 1 inch long and quietly whirs with a mix of mechanical and magical forces. Placing the beetle on a piece of parchment that you hold or carry causes it to spring to life and begin tracking your travels. As you move, so does the beetle, leaving behind a small line of ink it generates. It immediately dries and doesn't dissolve in water. It has a dial that you can change whether it tracks 20 feet, 200 feet, 2 miles, or 20 miles, as it creates a map of your journeys on a piece of paper. It always knows which direction is north. When placed on a piece of parchment for the first time, it crouches down to make a tiny compass rose on the sheet before beginning to move.
Oh my God.
Elias
you
would love
attach-
that.
If you attach one band of the lost and found to the beetle while you wear the other, it allows the beetle to move and trace your movements in this way from afar, so long as you're on the same plane of existence.
The thing that I
We
bought
have
us on
no-
a whim.
Yeah.
I know. I saw that and I was like, they have that. Holy shit, they have that.
I bought a really cool gift to find each other.
Then there is the caterpillar, which is the Clockwork Mendapillar.
Oh.
Segmented mechanical caterpillar is 5 inches long, weighs 1 pound, and is made of copper. Has little tiny legs that give it a 5-foot walking speed. Within it are multiple containers filled with silk filaments, spools of thread, dyes, and an incredibly strong adhesive. Let's see. It has a small transmutation lens attached to its head that allows it to change the adhesive to various kinds of wood, metal, stone, or crystal. As an action, you can speak its command phrase to cause it to repair a broken or torn object or area that it's set upon. As long as the break or tear is no larger than 1 foot across in more than one dimension, as akin to the mending spell, it takes 10 minutes for every cubic foot it repairs. It can physically repair a magic item or construct, but can't restore magic to it. Once it is done, it stops moving and makes a soft chirping sound. It is considered magical. Okay, yeah, that's basically, this one's probably the simplest of them. It casts mending. You can put it on something and cast mending.
Okay.
No attunement. And
So we
finally,
fuck something up, and then we don't want people to know about it. We'd be like, yeah.
just take 10 minutes or whatever to let it just repair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And finally, this one does require attunement. The Clockwork Cirrusquito.
Mm.
This mechanical insect is 3 inches long and has the resemblance of a mosquito. It has a pair of tiny wings that silently keep it aloft. It hovers up to 5 feet above the ground, does its best to stay at your side within your space. It can enter and pass through another creature's space and does not provoke opportunity. It has a glass vial at its end that holds up to 1 ounce of liquid. You can use an action to command it to ingest a potion or poison you provide, such as a potion of healing, or basic poison, or any other kind, which is then stored in the attached vial. You can use another action to remove the vial as you wish from the Cirrusquito. It has 10 charges, which are all regained at dawn. While it's within your space, you can use a bonus action to speak its command word to expend 1 of its charges to cause it to fly to a creature's space within 60 feet and inject the entirety of those contents of that vial into the creature. If it is hostile and doesn't want this, it's a DC 15 Dex save. It then returns to you. You can choose whether the injection or siphoning is harmful or not each time you can't command it, which means if it's harmful, it deals a d6 of piercing when it pokes. If it's not, it does no damage. It goes in harmlessly. If the Cirrusquito injects a living target with another creature's blood, the target takes a d10 of necrotic. If it injects a target with a potion or poison, it gains that effect. If the Cirrusquito holds a creature's blood for at least 1 minute, it can determine and magically share the following properties about that creature: the creature type, any poison or disease already affecting the creature, and any resistance or immunity to poison or disease it has.
That's pretty cool.
These are the 6 Clockwork colony creatures,
We want 'em
as
all.
well as the toolbox.
You said they were sold as a set?
That was the idea. Yes, they're all supposed to kind of stay together, but if you are only interested in certain ones, we can
No,
discuss, I suppose.
I didn't realize what some of them did. They looked... but... very... Paria, is this something we would want?
How much for the
So-
set?
So individually, they're different prices. They range anywhere from uncommon to rare. So
Yep.
Yep.
keeping that in mind,
Yep.
including the toolbox,
Yep.
which can repair them, is kind of an important feature to have.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
The whole set comes in at 12,000 gold.
Oh,
That's not horrible.
do we have the money for that?
We have the money for
After the diamonds and
We
such?
have the money for that.
We do?
Yeah, we do.
How much money do we have?
We had $50,000, guys.
12,000.
Dragon Horde.
Yeah. 12,000.
No, sister, no more arrow.
What? I just...
He's not a
Well-
fletcher.
We're going to be helping him with his research. I thought
do
maybe
everything
he
else,
would cut
man.
us a deal on something if we're gonna
Oh,
help
this is-
He
him.
already did.
This is the deal price.
Oh,
Yeah, he already did.
The base price before was 18,000.
Oh, yeah. He's very generous. Don't push it.
I'm sorry.
I will take out 155 gold pieces, put them separately, and just shove my bag over.
Oh, that's the
Cool.
rest of your bag?
Yeah. Q has 20
25,000 or something?
ish. Yeah.
Okay.
Q is now going to be the money
We're
person.
going
Okay.
through that horde.
Oh no.
Guys,
Well,
we can
high-end
spend the money.
high-end magic items is the way to go with it.
It's expensive.
Um,
and this is-
Non-attunement magic items.
yes,
Yeah.
these are non-attunement especially.
That's
All right.
Well, most of them are.
Most, yeah.
Yes. All right, I will add those to the handouts momentarily.
So now, if you want any more stuff, you have to ask Q.
All right.
Thank you lot for that.
Yeah. Patty is much more negotiable. Haven't got paid in so long.
Well, when we finish this mission, y'all are getting paid.
Yes,
through
at the end of the
nose.
campaign, I'll be rich. Great.
Pretty much.
For character, that's amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
Look, we're gonna be fighting some humanoids coming up fairly soon. And just search their pockets.
I mean,
Yeah, you haven't had a lot of lootable encounters, is the thing.
Yeah.
We're gonna be part of a rebellion, so you know.
Yeah.
There's some looting with that, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to find the shards.
Eat the rich, you know?
Oh my,
Mm.
so much. I don't even remember what our main
All right.
quest is anymore. That's how many quests we have.
And we just got another side quest.
Yes.
Mhm. We sure did. For a toy.
I mean, sure, if that's how you want to look at it.
I mean, it's a portable turret.
That's how Mira looks at it. This is the most important side quest ever.
All right, I'm gonna
Alright,
listen to the all players.
God,
The 18 is better than mine.
There's a lot to.
is it worth... Did I?
Hmm.
Mhm.
What's up?
Oh, I think I'm just realizing I never gave myself the bonus that my, I never gave... Did I never give myself my... Oh, no, I did. Okay, never mind.
All right.
This is the cutest thing.
Let me
ever.
let's take a 5-minute or 10-minute, it's like 15 round up to 8. Let me get a drink and I'm going to create all these handouts. I had these prepared, but I wasn't sure if you were going to buy any of them.
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
I'm going to get these handouts prepared. Let's take a quick 15-minute break, reconvene at 8, drinks and all that, and I'll get these ready for you. Okay, guys?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
Okay,
So you guys have made your purchase there.
Oh,
Was that all you guys were interested in? Or
I had a quick question.
Sure.
The bag of diamonds that he gave, did you have a spread of chunk sizes?
he hands you. Would you have a preference?
Probably like bigger the better, I guess, in chunks.
Okay,
Yeah.
bigger the better. Instead of a bag of diamonds, he hands you
Like,
5 diamonds, 200 gold each.
sounds good.
5 decently like cut clarity color diamonds.
Yeah. 200.
You sure you're not a jeweler?
You'd be surprised at how often jewels come up in artificing. They're used in a lot of clockwork things, actually. In fact, a lot of those little bugs probably have a couple diamonds in them. Don't dismantle them for diamonds. Please, don't do that.
Going to.
Is there any diamonds in that axe thing that becomes lance?
Oh, what? My telescoping blade lance?
I guess that's what that's called, right?
I mean, I invented it, so yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, there's no diamonds in the blade lance.
I could stab things farther away. I love that.
Yeah. It's meant to be a weapon that can change between lance and greatsword for ease in the battle. After
No, if spell drinker, if I didn't have this, I would have that.
That's really sweet,
not
but there's
selling that to you.
absolutely no comparison. For reference, I'll explain telescoping blade lance in case people are interested. Mechanical lance has bladed edges on either side of the weapon's base and has the heavy property because it is a hefty weapon. You can use a bonus action on your turn to extend or retract the weapon by twisting the metallic band around the handle. While extended, the weapon behaves as a lance. While retracted, it behaves as a greatsword. The damage die for the retracted lance is still a d12 for the greatsword. Because lances deal d12s.
Yeah.
So it's basically a greatsword that deals d12s in damage.
Instead of 2d6.
Correct. Or a lance. It can also deal either slashing or piercing, depending on the form it's in. You can also choose to release the spring-loaded mechanism and extend it using a bonus action following an attack. If the target is a creature no more than one size larger than you, it must succeed a DC 14 strength save or be forced backwards up to 5 feet. If you extend the lance immediately after hitting a successful hit, it makes the throw at disadvantage. So you can like slash and then force them back.
That's cool.
Neat.
That is cool.
It is also 100% mechanical, no magic involved in this weapon. Can be enchanted, but is unenchanted at the moment.
Huh.
Huh. That's interesting. Here I am with my magic sword.
Yes, very much so. For reference,
And I'm like,
the
this is interesting.
telescoping blade lance goes for 600 gold pieces.
It's too rich for my blood.
And now it
What do
is.
you mean? If I
I
had the money, I'd probably buy it, but I do not impose on Peria and her wallet. Or now Q and her
It's now
wallet.
Q's wallet that needs to be imposed upon.
No, I don't do that to my friends, so no. I earn, and I get what I earn, and all the above.
Right.
So, unless somebody gives me this,
Yeah.
then you know.
I don't know that it compares to your current blade, though, Medea.
No, it doesn't. But it's definitely foreign and it's different. I like it.
Well, I'm glad. If you want to buy it, let me know.
All right. Okay. Well,
What time is it, Michael? Bonus action to use the chronosphere.
You do now have a working clock, which weirdly is an incredibly valuable thing in this world in its
So
own right.
Yeah.
At this point in the day, I've waited a couple hours. It's about like 2 p.m. midday.
Okay.
Well, are we gonna go?
Hmm?
Are we done? I guess we're done. Yeah.
I believe so.
I mean, hopefully my awesome magic-y sword that's super special, that now that I know that, will work against werewolves. It'll be all right. You guys can hit things. So.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. Well,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
of course. Thank you for your patronage. I didn't expect to have today. Just let me know if you ever get around to the Invilium. I understand you got stuff going on.
We'll message you.
Yeah, please do. This is and keep a good eye on those weapons. Those are relics. Okay. Well, anyways, I'm gonna go back to my What was I doing?
Something with a
sharpening an
large arm.
arm. Why was I doing that? I'll remember. Anyways, good luck with the werewolves, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
No problem. And you guys exit the foundry, step out into the not so fresh air, but fresher than inside his foundry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Or
just
like metal.
put the earwig around my
Metal.
ear.
As you reach up, it
Pretty.
skitters and wraps around the ear
Cool.
gently,
Cool.
held on there.
I thought you didn't like that one.
Didn't until you learned what it did.
It actually it also looks different than I pictured in my mind.
Oh yeah. That's true. It's a little cuter.
They're
Yeah,
so
as soon as it wraps around, even without activating it, little like gears click, and all the sounds into that one ear are magnified a little bit, and just everything is a little bit clearer. Almost like you just put like a hearing aid on, just like a little
Nice.
tuned in. So you have the advantage on wisdom perception checks for sound.
For listening, yeah.
Yeah.
I kinda
Cool.
wanna yell
I'm the
over
new
here.
Tierbrin.
It's true, actually. As you guys reach the edge of where the gate is for the foundry, you see Yen kind of resting against the wall. It's like, it took a little bit longer than I expected.
Sorry.
So your business done?
Yeah,
Yep.
we got our weapons silvered except mine.
Wonderful. Then allow me to escort you all out. Hope you all enjoyed your time in New Barristock, as I'm sure you have. It's a wonderful city of great innovation. How was your time with Sir Dresden?
Oh, it was good. I don't see what your problem is with him.
He's kind of unkept and kind of
Well, he's not as
disorderly,
orderly as the rest of this place.
but that's true.
Peria, give me an
Yes?
insight check.
Sure.
Or perception. Either one will work, actually.
I will insight.
Insight, 14?
Yeah.
You notice as you guys are coming out that Yen is kind of like looking over his shoulder a little bit, and like looks over your guys' shoulders. Peria picks up that maybe he wasn't so much not going in because of Dresden, but not going in because of the monk's sensors. And that maybe Dresden is being watched a little bit. Right, well, Sir Dresden has his own respectable credentials, I'm sure, but it's fine. I don't quite like the air quality in his foundry, unlike the fresh air out here.
That is,
Surprising.
Yes, well, you get used to it.
I highly
you
doubt
guys.
that.
Oh my gosh, poor Tierbin if you were here.
Oh, horrible, horrible.
Somebody hold my nose.
Yeah.
He probably would have refused to come in.
Probably, yeah. The way he is, all nature is. Yeah, this place would be a nightmare for Dearborn. As you guys reach the main gate again, you see that the steady flow of traffic in and out. Eventually, he waits for his turn and then calls up, and the gate opens. And he stands like, "All right, well, thank you all for your patronage here."
Yes, and I'll shake his hand with 2 hands and give him the remaining.
Thank you so much. He looks. Thank you. Please do come anytime you would like to inject more commerce into our society here. It's whatever.
Whatever.
Right.
All he knows is
Best of luck on your travels.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Our adventures.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Good. And as soon as you guys are out, the gate comes down.
Not
Alright.
exactly how I pictured seeing this place again, but good. It's a good thing.
Okay, so how long would it take us to fly to New Renai? Because we're still stuck here for a day, right?
So let me put us back on the
Yes,
map.
World
I believe we would
Wild.
like to take a visit to Carl.
Which is where Nuranati is.
From here to New Renati, considering the mountain ranges and the nature of this land.
I can't do much today, guys.
Probably still
Yeah.
have to go around that, yeah.
Yes.
Um,
By flight, it would still take a day.
Damn
Yeah,
it.
I can't do a day anyways. I can do an hour ish.
Oh,
I-
because
I
of all
can
your
do an
seeing
hour.
viz.
Yeah, it's 2nd level spells, y'all.
Mhm.
Then
Oh,
I send a
looks like we're
message.
going to see Toloko again for the rest.
Can I
do we
don't think I
want to
make it
see
that far.
Toloko again?
Well, you need to go
I got-
somewhere to rest, or you
I
can
got
camp
two-
out.
I got 2 hours of flight in me. So I don't know how far that
Considering the mountainous terrain of the Holy Land, unfortunately, it can't really get you to 2 hours. Probably wouldn't get you. Well, a flight, 2 hours of flight.
Plus some walking.
Oh yeah. Just I'm talking about like the direct flight only.
Plus,
Yeah.
probably takes an hour flight with the amulet.
That's true.
That's also true. We have 3 hours of
3
flight
hours,
now.
yeah. Man, I
Also,
wish
we have to
actually
be
need to take
vigilant.
extend meta magic now. Gotta take subtle, gotta take extend.
All right. Truthfully,
No.
you can walk as well as fly, so you could get to a few different places. Where's the party looking to go?
Probably as close as possible to New Renati, is that what I'm hearing?
I think so, because after learning
any
about this
other-
weapon,
Excuse you, you truck.
It's New Barristock. That's one of the factories.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think it would benefit us to figure out the things we don't know about her weapon.
Sure.
I mean, I
would-
don't really care as long as it works. It's fine for me. I'm okay with not knowing.
Take it
We
every
also
day.
didn't get it silvered, and
Yeah.
Also, you guys could refill your health potions at New Renati.
that is
right?
I
true.
only used 2.
It's true.
Up to
There
you
was
guys.
nothing else for the shards we had to do, right?
For the
Here?
Not
Here,
here.
no. Not here.
That's back
No,
in
no.
Gardus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no
And
more
we
in
should-
Holy Land because of that asshole
Yeah.
Hand of Armageddon guy.
Yep.
Yep.
Hopefully we don't rerun into him.
Unlikely.
Foreshadowing.
We'll
I'm
never
sure
see him
it
again.
will be perfectly fine.
It's not like we'll see him in the Whispering Woods or anything.
It's the faded wood.
Faded Woods.
Hmm.
It's whatever.
Sorry.
Where we are fated
Alright.
to meet him.
Oh, okay.
1d6 psychic damage.
So, Toloko?
Was it Toloko Spire, or did we want to just go towards New Renati and camp?
Can we
Why don't we just
get to Mephit
yes.
by nightfall with flight and...
By nightfall, yes.
Oh, I didn't
Hey, I
see
can
that
check on
town.
England.
Yeah, we've never been there.
I have.
Well,
In character. Well, in players.
yeah. I don't know if we've ever really stopped there.
No, never. Mephit has
No,
never
yeah,
been
no.
to.
I mean,
I'm sure we can find a place to stay there.
Yeah, I guess pit stop, get something to eat.
You just-
sleep.
If not, we can sleep in tents.
Yeah.
It's much warmer here.
Won't be the end of the world.
No.
We just got to keep eye out, because apparently we have enemies in Holy Land too.
What?
You know?
We do?
The Hand of Armageddon guy. Who's
He's
You
not
left.
gonna be here. He's not gonna be
Who
here.
knows?
We've been here for like over a month. When we were in New Renati for a month.
Yeah, but we were in New Renati.
Alright, sure. I'm not worried
Not
about
camping out in some woods.
it. Alright.
No.
Yeah.
What's the consensus?
To
Oh,
Mephit.
we'll go to Mephit.
Sure, method.
Okay.
I can see my old friend Ingram. Hopefully he's still alive. He was a little old. Haven't seen him in a while.
Okay. So, using the methods of flight available plus walking, Paria's 2 hours and Paizane's 1 hour can easily get you guys over Hiraeth, the rolling fields of tombstones, and to the edge of the little town of Mephit, tucked into the nook of the mountain range next to the stream that separates Renati and the mainland, the little bridge off to the side. Mephit is a quiet little hamlet. It's grown a bit in recent years since there was an influx of new bodies some time ago after New Barastock was completed. And the town grew, and you can see there's like some of the houses at the edge of Mephit look a little bit more new and like refurbished, whereas the closer inward or to the edge of the mountain range goes, they look older and more worn down. Like the outer buildings have been recently built. There's no wall. There's no like protective fortifications. There are a couple of towers with like guards just keeping an eye out. But as you approach, there's no gate you have to pass through. Doesn't look like this place is a site of commerce or anything. It's a small fishing or farming village where crops are grown. In fact, between Hiraeth and Mephit, you probably walked through a number of crop fields. Pretty much sparse or void of life, as we are in the middle of the winter months. But as you guys reach Mephit, Medea can lead you guys to the inn. And as you guys walk in, Medea, you would recognize the man behind the counter as the elderly, gray, thin-haired Ingram, who you haven't seen in a very long time. And as you all walk in, it's like, travelers, we don't get too many these days. What can I...
Ikram!
Medea! Oh,
Hi!
goodness. He like comes, he comes around to the counter and comes out. He's got a cane and he's hobbling a little bit. It's been years. Oh, I had no idea you were still in the Holy Land.
Yeah. I work at Nuranati. I'm a Aura Guardian now.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
Oh, you've really made something of yourself. And who are these friends of yours? Are they our guardians too?
Oh no, my sister. Here's my sister.
Hello.
Mira. And these
Mira,
are
I've
friends.
heard so much about you. And he comes over and gives you a hug. Mira.
Okay.
Very like wiry, thin old man. Looks like he's about to collapse at any moment. But gives you a very hearty hug. He's old.
It is nice to meet you.
It's very nice meeting you. And who is this? He like bends down as much as he can, like one hand on his back to Q. Who is this little tyke?
I'm
Oh,
Q.
this is cool.
They let any age, I suppose, in these days.
Oh,
Well-
that doesn't work. I mean, I'm just a friend.
Oh, of course. My apologies. And who is... Oh, look, looking up at Paisane. Hi.
This is
Right, then.
Paisane.
Paisane? Very well. And you are?
I'm Paria. It's a pleasure to meet
And
you.
he lifts a hand up, and a thin, like, wispy blue aura comes out. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. It's rare to meet those of the Elkin persuasion these days in this land. But
How have you been doing?
oh, it's been all right. I took over the inn a few years ago. I had to do something with my retirement. You know,
Oh,
it's better than moving rocks all day.
That's true.
Yeah. So
So happy to see you.
what? I'm so happy to see you as well. What brings you to Mephit? This sleepy little town in the middle of nowhere.
Actually, to sleep. Sleep indeed.
Perfect!
Yeah.
The right place.
All right. Sounds good.
How
Rooms
much
are on the
for-
house. On the house. Of course, I could never. I could never charge. No, nonsense. After what we went through, on the house forever.
Damn.
Then
I give him another hug.
he returns it, kind of coughs a little bit. He's like, it's not like I used to be. Right, follow me. And he's like, hobbles over, grabs a couple of keys off the wall, and hobbles down the hall. Leads you guys to a very comfortable set of rooms. Well furnished, but simple, but warm and capable. He gives you guys the keys. Says, stay as long as you'd like. Free of charge, of course. Breakfast in the morning. 7 o'clock sharp. Don't
Oh,
be late.
Of course. You got it. Sir.
It's good to see you again.
Yes.
All right, I have to go close up and get ready for the...
Do you need any help? I can.
No, I've got this. I've been doing this for years. Just like groaning down the hallway.
I do like an insight. One
Yeah,
here.
give an insight.
If he's struggling.
I mean,
Like, I know. I mean, he's probably struggling.
I know what you mean. I know.
Like, all right, and so let's see my insight.
15?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. He's clearly like, but it's the kind of struggle where he doesn't want help. You feel like he wants to do it himself, but
he's the old man who's capable.
exactly. But you feel like another year or two, and he might need to actually retire.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be approaching like 90s, considering.
Seeing as I've got the coin purse now, do you guys want me to head to the market and grab us some food?
You You have the power now, Q.
Who
The
has
power
the
of
power?
decision.
Paria, are you sure I could make some good patty?
Okay, food. Yeah. So what do you guys
Yes.
want?
I'm
Sister, that's only if we're destitute and we have nothing else.
Or if we're traveling through the White Maw again and can't bring food with us.
some food would be nice. Oh, excuse me.
Do you
Some
guys have
warm
preferences?
meat,
No,
some bread.
I would like some fish. I do like fish. And this is kind of a fishing town.
No, there's a mountain in the way.
There's some access to the stream despite the
Yeah, I
map,
guess there's
but
a river.
not like a massive fishing town, but it's
Yeah,
close.
They have fish.
It's close enough
It's
to
fine.
it's close to New Renati, close to the port of Village Town, close to Festive. It's close to fishing villages.
It's close. I'd like some
Alrighty. So meat,
Something
bread
warm.
for Paria, fish for Medea.
meat, not meat, technically.
Some
And,
warm
What do you want,
vegetables.
sister? Some veggies?
Alright.
I mean,
veggies.
vegetables sounds good. Yes.
Alright.
Just
And
be.
Paisan?
Are you assuming because I have druid powers now that I'm suddenly going to become a vegan?
Maybe.
That is not how it works.
I thought you already were.
No.
Oh.
What This is.
Alright,
Just-
what do you want?
That was very nice.
Food.
Put your food orders in.
I
put your lunch
whatever's
orders
on
in.
sale, Q. I just surprise me.
Okay. Paisan?
Get
Something meat would be great. I don't know if there really is a market here, but
I'm sure they've got
Probably.
something. I'll be back.
Are you going by yourself? We can come with you. I mean,
this place is kind of the most harmless place I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
all right. Okay.
I got a rack. I can message Q. Take
Okay.
too long.
Yep.
Need a permission
If you
slip.
run into any trouble, just message Paria.
I am
Go to the
900 years
bathroom?
old.
I can't believe you did it for me.
You're welcome.
What?
Q.
Oh, God.
As you separate yourself from the party
Ah,
and head out of the inn and into the
Yes.
town,
You're shitting me.
towards the end of the night, it took the rest of the day pretty much to get here, so like several hours. Market stalls are kind of closing up. There's you go out and you gather some foods from like a butcher shop and a couple of things that are closing. But on your way back to the inn, you hear the sound of footsteps kind of following behind your own, trying to keep pace with you. Like you can kind of tell that there's somebody trailing you.
I guess perception check to see if like do they seem very adamant about trying to keep pace with me,
Give me a perception check.
or like if they're trying to catch up to me?
$18. The first time you catch them is when you're heading out of a shop and you kind of like can hear somebody picking up the pace a bit to keep up with you. You're not sure if they're trying to catch you or just follow, but you know that they are keeping pace with you right now.
Okay. Q is going to take a turn down an alley that doesn't go back towards the inn.
Okay. There's not really. This isn't a city. There's not exactly necessarily alleys,
A street.
but between a few buildings, passing through a couple of intersections away from the inn, a roundabout way.
Yeah, and she's going to attempt to hide behind I guess if there's like some large crates or something or whatever.
Give me a stealth check.
Oop, wrong characters. That seems about
4.
right.
As you turn a corner, trying to hide behind one of these crates, you accidentally knock one of them over and it breaks, causing a loud sound. You hear someone go, "Hey, who's out there? What are you doing with my tomatoes?"
We're cabbages.
Does he hear the footsteps still coming?
Give me a perception check. 14. You don't hear them anymore.
Damn it. Must have come on. To slowly make her way back towards like the edge where she turned.
Okay. As you reach the edge where you turned, you see standing in the middle of the road, there's a figure. Cloak draped over most of their body, hood up. Waning twilight, it's hard to make out features.
I'm not good at timing. Alright, buddy. She walks out, her hand on her blade. Listen, you don't want to mess with me. What the hell do you want?
Figure steps forward, and as they're stepping forward, you can now hear their steps are heavier than you were expecting.
Huh?
Almost mechanical in nature. And as they step closer to you, they eventually reach a point where they're about maybe 10 feet away. And reaches up and pulls the hood back to reveal a perfectly smooth, almost spherical head of gold.
Oh.
You recognize this as the warden of the Golden
Oh,
Clan,
shit.
Sen, who
Right.
was destroyed by Quill and then seemingly somehow remade and appeared at the trial for Peria and you.
Wait a minute. Weren't you Quill? And
As
then
I understand it, you and I knew each other at one point. I apologize for the subterfuge,
Oh, shit.
but I had no idea how to approach. I understand tensions are high, and I do not know your plans for my clan. However, I have come to you in peace. And the hands reveal, and they're just fully golden mechanical hands of the Warforged Warden.
I mean, yeah, I don't know where the beast to restore your auras is yet, though.
The Beast?
Yeah, the long story short is I have to find certain beasts that will work with the Androsphinx that guard me to restore your auras.
I see. This is new knowledge to me.
Yeah.
You have made this far easier than I expected. Where can I find this beast?
I just told you, I don't know. I've been
Give me a deception check.
Oh, that's true. She doesn't have a particular...
You know you know the kingdoms of each one.
Yeah, we do.
Unless you want to take that back, I need a deception check.
She deceived him though?
I don't know.
Get that -1 then. Modifier.
What?
Yep.
That's terrible.
Please don't make this difficult.
I'm not. I'm telling you, you know how hard it was just to find the damn unicorn and Felidar?
Ow, fudge.
Insanely hard.
Why did you choose to find the alabaster first? That is the one thing that is not following the logic of your... Crimson makes sense.
Because they were the closest when I learned where they were.
Then my emperor was correct. It was a matter of convenience.
Yes.
Which means then you put your efforts towards the Crimson. I understand that. What is your next goal?
The Verdant, because they're dying currently.
That is unacceptable.
Why?
I have come here to entreat you to choose the Golden next.
Are the Golden dying?
In a manner of speaking.
Oh god. Don't tell me this Aura actually kept you guys running.
No. But no more of us will ever be born without our aura.
Shit.
Good deal.
Hold on.
You can wait to be born.
You can wait to be birthed.
My emperor has sent me to convince you to expedite your search for our aura. We are not aware of how, at least we were not until you've just so easily handed over the information, how you have been restoring the auras. Now it makes sense.
What beast was it that was for Golden again?
Golden was the Serenitis, which is the golden deer in Calcifel.
Ah, right. See, here's the problem. Yours is currently part of one of the lands that's at war.
Be more specific. There are 4 lands at war currently.
It's Calcifel.
Calcifel. What beast am I looking for?
Serenitis.
I am
I'm
not aware.
not really good at.
Remember names of shit.
What would happen if this beast were to die?
If this beast were to die?
In the middle of a war field. If you waited, if you delayed in getting ours, do you know what would happen if this beast were to be felled?
I guess I wouldn't be able to restore your auras.
Interesting. What is the identity of the remaining beasts?
I don't think that's important for you. Look, I'm doing my job as I said I would. Stay out of it.
Yeah.
You would restore the Cobalt after their betrayal?
Trust me. And I hate Quill with a burning passion. But I'm trying not to let the active one make my decision for all.
It's illogical.
Then why are you trying to aid the Verdant?
Because they're dying.
And
it's bad to let people die if you can fix it.
even though they are a tribe of assassins who have committed countless atrocities? Or are you taking the word of one over the clan? I know you have a fondness for their warden.
Well, yeah, Striker's awesome, but...
Yeah. He perhaps was. But your logic just now...
Okay. So are you gonna hold the actions of some against for the clan then too? Because are they all assassins and murderers? Do you know that for sure?
No, but the leadership is. And they decide what happens to the rest.
Yeah.
As long as the leadership...
And guess who's gonna be the next leader? Strike!
As I thought. You are still a child.
Oh. Don't you fucking dare. You think you're in any boat to tell me anything? Did you forget that you're part of the reason I'm what I am now? You and every other clan.
I see. So your logic does not hold up when it affects you.
Oh, I hate you so much right now. I'm trying to change. But it's not easy when I've got assholes like you pushing my buttons.
Perhaps the fate of the clans should not be in your hands. You do not seem to have the capacity to make these decisions.
And yet I've somehow already restored 2 auras, probably faster than you would ever would.
Want to bet? Tell me where the others are.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna trust that you actually can restore the other auras.
Truthfully, the blue cobalt aura, I have no interest. Verdant, better off if they all died. Crimson and alabaster, already restored. You think there's no repercussions to the order you're choosing? Alabaster was first, which means they immediately gained a standing. And you know Peridia is not to be trusted. She formed an alliance immediately with the Cobalt. Together they are a powerhouse.
Great.
Cobalt having access to the aura cages, Alabaster having access to purification. Then the Crimson came, and they are still bitter over the assassination of the former Emperor. What do you think is about to happen? The Golden stand in an unusual spot. We are not sided with anyone yet. I'll make you a deal. On behalf of my Emperor. Tell me the location of the verdant beast, and we will join with the Crimson to stop the Cobalt.
I thought about it. I knew there would be things set in motion when I put auras back. That's why I planned Cobalt last, because they're kind of assholes. But I'm not gonna let any one clan die when I've already committed genocide on a clan before.
Short-sighted. Very well. I hadn't expected differently. Learning the method, at least, has already been a success, and the location of our beast.
Hey, look, if you can convince yours to help you guys out, by all means, all power to you. That's one off of all my plates. But I'm
Consider
telling you,
my offer more carefully. Confer with your companions, your exiles.
what you call exiles, I call freedom.
Yet you're so interested in restoring the bars of your cage. If you're free, why not be free?
Because
Leave
I'm,
me and my clan to the beasts. Go on and live your life.
because I'm not gonna walk away from a mistake I made.
Then don't walk away from this one. Consider your offers. Consider your options. And choose the offer that you feel is most profitable. Because keep in mind, if the Crimson are not our allies, there are other options. Perhaps the next visit you receive will be from a less diplomatic standpoint. After all, the Cobalt were known for their heavy-handed actions.
Yeah, well, just try something.
I really thought that perhaps because you were Arcus, you would be different. But logic upholds above all else. I am glad I do not have memories of our interactions in Cezanne. You would be disappointing, I am sure. Have a good night, Arcus. And with that, pulls the hood up, and you see a not golden, but a normal yellow aura flare up, and activates aura flight, and just takes off into the air.
Cool. Whatever. After that, she will make her way back to the inn.
As you guys are all resting, Q returns with food.
Ah, yes.
Yay!
Ah, food. Thank you, Q.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Some
Whatever.
rice pilaf.
Well, thank
You
you.
love food. Yeah, thank you.
Can I incite cues? Whatever.
Yeah, sure.
She's not trying to hide it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
She wears her emotions on her shoulder.
On her sleeve, yeah.
Or, yeah,
You
that's
good?
the words.
Heart on her sleeve.
Heart on her sleeve, that's it.
Yep.
Let's just say I had a run-in with an old asshole.
Well, that could
That's-
be like
Yeah, that could be anyone.
That's like
so
your-
many.
Do you realize how little that narrows it down?
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it
I
down?
mean, it could literally have been Yen from today.
Yeah,
Ah,
enough asshole.
Word vomit.
Okay, so Q, as you guys eat and gather and you share food, Q word vomits the encounter she just had with Warden Sen of the Golden Clan.
So he basically threatened you, kind of?
Kinda.
Can we go kick his ass? Where is he?
He
You
flew away.
didn't tell
I
him
am-
where the others were, did you?
Of course not. I'm not that stupid.
And he gave a vague threat of, we're gonna join the kobold if you don't do what we want.
Yep.
What a bastard.
Yeah, I wish I was there. But to kick his ass.
You see, Paisane is weirdly like contemplative, like just like kind of like looking down, like brow is tensed. He's thinking.
Well, I think we do the verdant next to spite him.
I would.
Plus it gives
Plus, they're kind
the
of dying.
Crimson an ally.
Mm.
From what you've said.
What do you think, Paizen?
I'm not sure.
You know about them better than most of us, actually.
It seems weird for him to give away so much information for free. Unless he really thought you were going to take the deal. He just let through some very valuable intel that we could relay to the Crimson. Unless that's...
What they
Unless
want?
he just said it and he didn't mean it.
Why don't we
Exactly.
talk to Mom. See what she has to think.
Yeah.
She knows them too.
She's
Yes.
good at navigating politics.
Empress Orlith's... Former Empress Orlith's insight will be valuable.
Well, good thing we're going to New Renati.
Yes.
Either way, it's as I feared. Sail's crumbling in on itself.
It's not like we can get all
No.
of them back at the same time. It's impossible.
We have more important things to do, as hard as it is to say that.
We are working through it. It just takes time.
Yeah, and plus, as we found out with the first two, it's not just gonna be walking up and saying, "Hey, can you do it?"
No.
There's always gonna be something in the way.
I mean, the Felidar was.
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward.
Well, yes, but we had
Do
to
you
go
need to
through...
work on your speech?
You didn't have to. If you guys had just, if you'd like pointed a spot on the map and it just been like that one, you could have maybe found the Felidar.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
He didn't ask you to do anything for him.
True.
I'll write some note cards for you, Q. Some things to think about while you're asking these celestial beings to, give up their freedom and autonomy to become.
What does
Right.
stop it from the Golden Clan, or whoever they are, Yellow Clan, Golden Clan? What's stopping them from finding theirs and just restoring it?
They had no idea where it
Well,
was.
nothing now.
Yeah.
Now I'm
Even
sure
now,
they're
right?
going to look into it, and honestly, if they do restore it, I don't see a downside to that.
I do. If we just made an enemy of them, the combined
Well-
forces of Golden, Cobalt, and Alabaster could absolutely outrun even the mighty Crimson.
Yes, that is why we should get the verdant
Verdant.
back.
But we now have a problem of
Do that. The golden will go to the alabaster.
It could be a
Well-
bluff.
The bastards.
what I'm trying to say is we have to go back to Gardas. We have
Things to do.
responsibility there. But the Golden are going to go after their beast immediately. Which means, in all likelihood, they're going to get the Golden Aura back before we get the Verdant.
Yes.
Even if we told the Verdant where their beast is,
There's no way they'd make it in time.
It
No.
will take time for them to find it.
Yes, and we have the benefit of Kelsfell being a war-torn countryside now, so maybe that'll slow them down a little bit.
Yeah.
They are
I'm just-
fast.
Or checkpoints and such.
I'm not saying you did anything wrong, Q. I'm proud of the choices you made.
I just hoped by telling it where his beast was, that would have been enough, but apparently not.
I
Not
would
as
be-
neutral as he says, which is annoying.
would be lying if I said that the thought didn't occur to me at least once of killing the other beasts.
Damn, Bison.
Was a warden. Listen, this is something I've been wanting to talk about for a while that I don't fully despise Quill for what he did. We wardens were raised and taught and trained with the belief that it is our only purpose in life to protect our clan above all others. Now, I'm not saying I condone it, but I don't hate him.
Well, hold on there, Bison. Tell me how he was protecting his clan by killing people who were trapped in a different dimension.
Because those were the heirs of the other clans. He was weakening the enemies. It was strategic. Again, I'm not saying I think it was a brave or honorable decision. But if I were to say that I never thought about getting the Crimson Beast and killing all the other ones, I'd be lying. But I'm no longer the Crimson Warden, and I'm trying to be a little less rigid.
Pat him on the shoulder.
So, Sen is thinking of how to best protect his people. And the best way to do that is to remove the enemies. Or at the very least, make them significantly weaker.
We're also trying to change centuries of cultural norms. It's
Not
gonna
something that
anytime
will happen
soon.
overnight.
There was a lot of separation in Susail, intentionally and otherwise. Since I've gotten the chance to really see more of the world, other than Bardest and Susail, I can say that they all have their heads up their asses, for sure.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is don't underestimate them. They'll be willing to do whatever they can to protect their people and spite all others. Because that's what they were made to do.
That's a fucked up way of thinking you're protecting someone.
Don't understand why they don't just leave.
Leave?
Leave. Take all of their golden asses and leave. I don't see why they can't.
They could. Crimson could.
Hmm?
They won't.
They won't. It's their ancestral home. It's their pride. And what Sen said is true. You may have noticed there's not a lot of Warforged in Elkest. Apparently, they're not really born as much as they're made. From what I know, Emperor Kelast of the Golden Clan is the only one in the world to have a working living forge. But it runs on Golden Aura.
Okay.
So their clan will never expand or grow or change as long as they cannot operate the forge.
So they can't get any more powerful without it.
Correct.
Kind of get his position a little bit better now. Now hearing
He's
that.
still absolutely an asshole.
Oh
but-
yes.
Well,
So what do we plan? Are we gonna stay with the plan? Get Verdant first because they're dying?
Yeah.
Okay.
it is not my place to choose. But I'm here to
I,
help.
I say Verdant first. We made a promise, and I'm choosing to believe that they're not all like I've been told. But I do think that we should see what your mother has to say.
I agree with Paising. We should talk to her at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Strong mother gives strong advice. Yes.
Very strong. Not
Good.
biased.
All right. Guess we'll someone keep watch first. Oh, I mean, it's. Well, you were stalked by the golden. Maybe someone should keep watch.
Yes.
Yes.
Mike,
Yes, Mario.
I have not used my mirror today.
No, you have not.
I would
Oh,
like to
goodness.
use the mirror
Okie dokie.
on Renault.
Renault.
Crimson Emperor Renault.
Your cousin,
My
I believe.
cousin. Yes.
Yes. Renault. That's one out of left field for me.
No problem.
Anything for
It's
you.
late at night, right?
It's
It's
a
late-ish.
past. It's a past. Mirror of the past.
Yes.
Cryptic past things.
You see an image of a great, majestic red dragon watching over a kingdom. And in his shadow is his brood, his younger kin. When a invading army crosses the horizon towards him, strikes him down. The image fades and you see the younger kin, younger dragon, pick up the sword used to slay his father and point it towards the invading army. Begins to charge, but then stops. You see the younger dragon turn and march with the army. And the image fades.
Fucking knew it. Confirmed. Alright.
All coming together.
I need a whiteboard. and string.
Yeah.
You're like, this is connected to this.
Yeah, it's
There is
it's that
conspiracy
meme.
theories.
Look, someone has to do it in the group, you know?
Yes.
There it is.
Yep. There's Charlie. Yep. At the end of the campaign, she'll take up smoking too.
Probably after all of this. After all of this.
Stress.
Oh.
So who's taking first watch? I guess.
Not me.
I can.
Paisane.
Or
Oh.
you
Paisane will.
Alright.
Alright.
I need sleep.
Paisane's too full of thought
That's
at this
fair.
point. Sleep.
He'll-
I'm gonna stay awake too for the first 4 hours.
Sure.
Because I'm afraid Paisane's gonna go out and do something we don't want him to. So I'm gonna stay up as well, and for the first 4 until my sister has tranced.
But I don't. Oh, fine. I like your butt touches. It's fine.
What?
What?
The picture.
Yeah.
Oh.
We can combine our beds into a single room and have like a giant like sleeps.
Slumber
As you guys
party.
are,
Real quick.
yeah.
Q.
Yeah?
Are you awake still?
What?
Can you message mom and tell her we're coming?
I was gonna leave it as a surprise.
Yeah, that's probably better. Alright, you're right. Okay. Well, anyways, I'm really proud of the restraint you showed tonight and not immediately kicking the golden guy's ass. Because I know that's what you would have done like 2 days ago.
You have no
I
idea
would
how
have
badly
done.
I wanted to.
Oh, I had an idea. But I'm still very proud of you, Q.
We can
Thanks.
imagine.
Okay, good night.
Good
So
night.
open the door. Good night, Mira, Medea, and Parzai.
Good night.
Good
And
night.
then down the hall, shut up!
Trying to get some sleep, damn visitors, tourists.
Sorry. Alright, I'll go to sleep. I'm gonna
Mira,
try to dream of
Mhm.
Frost.
as you're staying up, you do hear down the hall one of the doors creak open and footsteps in the hall.
Okay. Paisane's still in here. Right?
Are you all in one room
I
or
thought
in
I
we
thought
multiple
we were in
rooms?
multiple. I thought we were like in 2 or something.
Yeah, like I thought me and Terry, Mira and Medea
Okay.
and Pisces have his own room.
Oh my.
In that case, I know what Paisanes sound like, right?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
I'll
It's-
make an
it's-
advantage hearing.
It's the yeah, by all means.
Advantage hearing check to tell. Are those Paisane's footsteps?
The big.
Hell yeah.
Yo!
Natural 20?
You would know.
100% the heavy padded footfalls of a large Leonin.
Great. I am going to cast invisibility on myself and attempt to trail him.
Sure. Give me a stealth check with advantage.
So normal.
I'm
Right.
assuming even though I'm
Um,
trancing, I'm still sleeping.
Yes.
Okay.
So this
Especially with your sister
should
turning
roll
invisible.
It's
22.
The
it's
first
the
one?
First
Yeah,
one.
22.
Thank God.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if I check advantage, it still pops it up like that. So
You trail Paisane as he heads outside, and it's like midnight, literally. Stepping outside the inn, just the sound of like crickets, various nightlife. Doesn't seem to have his weapon on him. You notice, and you see he walks out into like the middle of town, and reaches into his pocket and pulls out his string of sending stones.
as I see him start to pull that out, I want to walk up towards him.
Okay.
And grab his hand. Whatever hand he's flipping through with it, I just want to kind of place mine on it and then drop my invisibility.
Shit.
Paisane,
You're better at that than I thought.
please don't.
How'd you know?
I don't know. Telling us you haven't thought about killing all the beasts might have been a hint.
Figured I'd be honest.
I get it. It's easier. It takes weight off of Q. But not in the way that she would want. Not in the way that Peria would want. I know it's not my place, but just
No, you're right. Sorry, it just got so many things going on. It just I lost track.
No.
He puts the sending stones back in. Thank you. I appreciate it. To be honest, I don't really know what I was going to say anyways. I just don't really know what to do for my people back home. I feel like I'm supposed to be on the front lines of a battle that I'm halfway across the world from.
You may not be in your homeland, but you're fighting a front that needs to be fought. To make everything as it should be. I know that I don't know what's going to become of your home. I don't know what irreversible things will happen in the time it takes to restore the auras. But we need you, Paisane. Q needs you.
Shit. You're better at that too than I thought. Alright. Fine. You make a good point.
And
this is new for me.
You're kind of hard to nut here, Paisane.
Okay, well, you don't gotta rub it in. I mean, I didn't choose to be born this swole, okay? Just like walking back.
Although, to be fair, I guess I can thank Peria's purchase. That does help.
Oh yeah, that's kind of creepy.
That's getting used to it. It feels like an earring, but not quite.
I was more so talking about the fact that you're gonna probably hear me all the time now. Just creepy.
Well, I mean, fine. So,
fair warning, I snore.
Oh, I'll probably take this
okay.
off when I'm trying to actually sleep.
She does too, I think. I would like to think that even though she's prim and proper, she's
You can't control it when you sleep. Yeah, it happens.
I'll be like, damn, she's worse than me.
So, you guide Paisane back to his room and stop him from possibly alerting someone to something.
Someone or something.
I don't even imagine who, but I could be wrong.
You'll never know now.
I'll never know. But whatever it was, please talk to Q first.
So you guys, keep watch.
I'll take second shift.
Do you take second shift? Paisane sleeps.
I do. I do tell you that Paisane. I tell Medea that Paisane tried to sneak out. Here, put this around your ear while I'm taking my nap.
Okay.
Yeah. Paisane's like, now that she's asleep. Now that she's asleep, I'll go out while the sister's up. Son of a bitch! They both have one. No.
I'll put one on. I'll be like,
sure. Put it on. Clarity enters into your ear. Nothing. No activity throughout the night. Night passes well. You all get a long rest.
Spells.
Nothing out the window.
Nope. No, Q made that easy for me by literally distancing from the party willingly. That was remarkable, by the way. Being like, oh, how am I going to ever get... like, I could have him approach as like a group, but it's much easier if it's alone. Oh.
Perfect.
Thank you. A gift for me?
For once, the party gave the DM a gift.
Yeah, that was wonderful. I was like, wow. It was unprompted, too.
Gift of unexpected that was in his favor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually
it's a new day. 1 second.
Gotta do something.
Gotta do that D100 roll. That was 100 last time.
Okay.
For God knows what.
Oh.
Alrighty, so
I don't like it. I don't like it.
so you guys wake
Fine.
up, new day, met in Mephit. Igrom at 7 a.m. knocks on your doors. Breakfast is downstairs when you're ready.
Breakfast.
I need me to make some bacon.
How they have potatoes? I could really go for some mashed or some fried potatoes.
Pretty sure they
Uh,
Some eggs. Some toast.
As you guys come downstairs, the inn is a little bit more lively during the day, acting as like a place, like almost like a restaurant sort of thing. You didn't notice as many people like using rooms, but this seems to be like in lieu of a tavern, it's a gathering spot for some of the farmers and villagers. There does seem to be a table set up specifically for you guys off to the side, with plates of eggs, of meats, sliced meats, biscuits, gravy. Not a lot of like baked goods necessarily beyond the biscuits, but there is mugs of like spiced wine and ale instead of like orange juice. It looks like an interesting mishmash of meals that he didn't know what to prepare.
Everything looks delicious.
That looks good. Look, guys, I'm still eating meat.
You burst
Wait.
into flame. He's like, you take a bite of meat, your druid level decreases. Like, boom, boom, boom. What? No, my vegan powers.
Atonement for
is
1 week.
Such a classist thing that
It is very classist.
You're a
like-
druid. You have to be a vegan.
That's why the druids didn't like. They had rabbit and shit. Like, it's the circle of life, man.
Oh,
You
yeah,
hunt.
sure. We're
Yeah.
just being shits.
I know. It's fun being shits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
Alright.
So as
he
you
actually,
guys-
like, made this, or was it
You can't
some of his
tell.
Staff. Okay.
It looks like it might have been one of his staff, because there's very little chance that him with his shaky hands
Yeah.
probably was able to do this. But you guys enjoy a hearty breakfast, and you guys set out from Mephit after you're done. Waste no time of the day. Igrom has his farewells with Medea. Come by any time. You're welcome
Yeah,
here
big
forever.
hugs.
Aw.
Not to crush him, but big hugs.
Well-
Oh, my little body. Yeah.
Take care of
Um,
yourself.
You too. And of course, stop by again, please, before, it happens.
Right.
God.
Shit.
It happens.
Yep.
So,
Take note of a tree. But actually,
Is there a good tree around this?
there are multiple
A
trees.
tree in the center of town,
Maybe one
near a
next to
well
the
or
inn.
something.
it's the
I would
biggest
say-
looking, oldest looking tree you can find in town.
A tree. It could be.
I
young
would
one,
say
too.
there is a tree next to Ingram's Inn
Mm.
that you can make a note of. Medea has a tree that she knows.
Hey,
will-
Simply because it proximity to your nearly dead friend.
I will
Yes.
add it to Medea's known.
Yes.
Important.
tree knowledge.
Igram tree.
Igrom tree. IGROM. Igrom tree.
Oh, that's
Method.
close.
Igram's tree, and this
That man
is
has heart of gold for what happened to us.
Also, are we trying to cross the channel today?
Can you?
If I fly us in any capacity.
I
don't
think we should
You-
walk to town.
From Mephit, you can get to New Renati in like 3 hours.
Oh, great. Okay, we'll
Yeah.
walk.
Mephit is like right. The map is a little deceptive. It's like right at the bridge,
Oh,
more
okay.
so. And then you just go through the Fallowwood, and then it's like a couple hour walk to New Renati.
Word.
Oh, I can show you back way in.
Okay.
How I
Sure.
got in first time.
Okay. That sounds fun.
Let me map I
Exciting.
didn't know I'd need today. Let me pull up the New Renati map.
Two surprises today.
Surprise.
We have travel.
I was glad we made it to New Renati because I wanted to visit it, Mom.
Me too.
I'm like, yay, we have other excuse.
And secret way in so she doesn't know you're coming.
Sure.
Huzzah!
Okay.
Not that she would, because she's probably at work.
Exactly.
Probably very busy with the war and paperwork. Lots and lots of paperwork.
As you guys arrive at New Renati, once again, hasn't been that long since you were here. I mean, it's been like a
A
couple,
week? 2 weeks?
Yeah.
about 2 weeks between your time imprisoned in the spiraling Bastille and your time traveling through the White Maw. About 2 weeks.
Okay, what is the secret back way?
Becky doesn't really know.
I don't either.
Just
To
make
be
it up.
honest.
Just make it up.
There's a path that goes around this side of the village and like comes out around to the docks near the
Perfect.
prison.
Yay!
Sorry.
Secret back way.
You're back way.
All right. Arriving at the docks of New Renati, ducking past guards to secretly enter your hometown, where you are not wanted or vilified in any way.
No.
Yet, you
just
sneak
fine.
in. I'm not gonna make a roll. You just do
Why
it.
did we do this?
That's a great question.
Why is it like, did I miss something? Are we wanted here now?
No.
No,
Look,
thank God.
It was just very nostalgic for me. All right.
That's concerning.
Brings back memories.
Well, now we know a new way to get out of town if for whatever reason something happened, like it was about to get blown up
Sure.
again.
That's a bad omen too. Okay.
Well,
Well,
So
dang.
anyways. So, where are we going again?
I'll surprise your mom.
Well, we can go do that if you want to go to, check out your fancy sword.
Yes, let's go talk to Carl.
All right. Yeah, we got to do that.
This
Carl.
apparently legendary blacksmith that just happens to be in this town.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, could happen.
who's going where?
I'll be going with my sister.
Okay.
I'm
So
gonna
we have
go
these two
Sisters
going.
with sisters. And then Paisane can fuck off. No, I'm joking.
Oh my God.
Whatever.
Actually-
Paisane wants to
actually-
do.
Paisane is gonna go talk with Avosi.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know. He snuck out last night, so I'm not concerned.
Nope.
All right.
Cool.
So, gosh, which group to go with first?
The forge.
So, Mira and Medea, as you guys approach the Barazard Forge, it's about as busy as it normally would be. But waiting for an opportunity where it seems like Cariel is free, you step inside, and as soon as you guys enter, he's like wiping his forehead with like a clean rag, just trying to wipe away some of the grime. Huh.
All right, Carl. What
Please.
I
don't.
placed my sword on the. What you do to it?
Is there anything wrong with it?
No.
You didn't damage it, did you?
No. That thing is hard as hell.
Since when
No.
are you a legendary
Damn right.
blacksmith for kite?
He shoots you a look. Mira, you don't even need to insight. This is a look of a man who, if he had the capability, would have killed you by now. And
Great.
immediately gets up, runs
Love
to the
it.
door, slams the door, shutters the windows. He's like,
I didn't.
"What the fuck is wrong with you?"
I
Sorry.
was trying to be subtle about it, sister.
Who?
I had a deal with Dior. No one was to know.
Oh,
I just want to live a normal life here, okay?
Dio didn't tell us we were in New Baristan.
Then how do you know? Who told you?
His name was
I'm down.
uh
It's okay. It's okay. Hopefully nobody heard that. Don't think it's just
He
a
like-
joke.
he peeks open the door. He's like, Hopefully.
Sorry, I didn't know it was a big secret.
It's fine.
So,
Who else knows? I thought Dior was the only one I knew. I told.
I know, sister know. Pretty much my whole party know.
How big is that?
3 other
1,
people?
2, 3 other people. Plus the person told us. So,
Okay, great. Whatever. However you found out, please just don't spread it
I won't
around.
say
I didn't
anything.
come here for accolades or to forge legendary weapons anymore. I just want to live. This place
Okay.
is peaceful, it's nice. After I came out of the Invilium with a Sorin to fight a Tarask, and then we were abandoned, I decided to make the best of it. Okay?
Okay.
I'm assuming that means that whoever told you about me... You see, there's like a bit of like suspicion of like, who could it possibly be? Whoever told you about me also mentioned the sword.
Right. So it can
So,
do.
How's it
do
taking
more
to you? Yes,
I
it can
guess
do...
good. I mean, it does what it's supposed to do, but apparently it's supposed to do more than what I think it has to do. So, kindly fill me in as I'm whispering.
wasn't supposed to be yours to begin with.
Oh, I know.
I was going to give it to Dior because he said he had someone in mind. Someone with a divine element to them. And then he gave it to you instead.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. But,
I told Dior the only way the sword would activate its true abilities is in the hands of the divine. And I guess he thought his daughter would fit the bill, and then he gave it to you anyways.
yeah, that
No
makes sense.
offense, but I don't think you can use it to its full potential.
No, I agree with that. I just recently started worshipping Iomade because I heard of this place.
Nah,
but-
this isn't about faith, it's about something else.
Oh.
This sword is special. I put a lot of effort into creating it for Kite in order to kill the Pleroma.
Oh.
But it will only activate its true abilities in the hands of the divine. And when Kite left, I thought it would never be used. And then I found out that Lord Dior had a daughter who was half angel or something. And I figured, maybe. So unless you happen to have some cousin who's a god or something,
I don't think so.
Hey, wait. You said you didn't do anything, sword. What the fuck is this? And he leans into the sword, and right where the
Oh no.
blade meets the hilt, there's a small golden rune.
Mm-hmm.
I did not put that there.
Oh,
that was
well,
my sister has one too.
yes, it's on my bow. I'll
Kinda
try to
happened one
show
day.
it. We were told that
Always from our
this was a
friends.
power that Camille had been gathering, and we inherited it.
Interesting. Let me take a look at this. He takes the sword away. He checks to make sure the doors are shuttered.
Sister, do you have anything that will help with security?
No, but I would like somebody his opinion on. I know you're not on the nature side, but here's mine as well, as it does have a rune on it.
Yeah, that might.
He tilts his head a little bit, looks at it. That's an interesting make. Doesn't look forged.
No, it's made from a Trent.
It's definitely not my expertise, but I'll take a look. He brings the sword and the bow over to his work area. And you see he reaches down under the table and pulls out what looks like a roll of fabric of like a deep violet hue, begins to wrap it around his body.
I'm gonna watch him as he does this. If I see him do it.
Yeah, he's very, very quickly and methodically wrapping it up the arms, across the torso, crisscrossing, and it stops at the waist, ties it off. And you notice there are little specific spots that are left open. You see he flexes slightly, and his violet aura shoots out like jet flames from the edges and the slots as he activates his exalted flame.
Ooh, I can't do that.
He holds the blade and his aura flows into it, and you see as the aura travels up the edge, the hilt of the blade, it reaches where the golden rune is, which then flares for a moment. And from where you are, you can see that your sword is this dark pillar of like night sky. It's like a jet black blade with stars inlaid in it. And for a moment, you almost see like the sword itself is not so much a blade as it is a window into the cosmos, and you can see stars collapsing and igniting, nebulas, and then it stops. He retracts his aura.
Oh, that's
Interesting.
Not for me.
Reaches over to the bow, hefts it, activates the exalted state again, floods the aura into the bow. And Mira, you can see your bow has these streams of light interwoven throughout. And for a moment, they all pulse and begin to flow like there's blood flowing through the bow, like liquid through the middle. He stops. Interesting.
What is?
These markings, these runes you have. It's small, very, very small, but divine. Sparks of divinity.
It makes sense, seeing as it was on Camille's sword, and then it shield, and it was transferred.
I don't know
Maybe
if
some
it'll
of
be
that-
enough. I don't know if it'll be enough, but if you can learn to channel this power more. This sword, known as the Spell Drinker commonly, has another name. It's a name in a distant language. The Sword of Taking. It's a very simple name. That's because it's designed to take both power, life, whatever. This was designed and forged for the sole purpose of defeating the Aeons. Of course, it never succeeded and was not used to thwart the Pleroma. Kite deemed it insufficient. On the other hand...
So was this sword, like, operational when I heard stories about the ore and the Pleroma and stuff like that? Was it operational then?
It was forged, but as I said, Kite deemed it insufficient. And so it was in my care. And when we were called to battle against the Tarask and the Pleroma, I brought it with me to the battlefield. But then somehow the Pleroma made peace with the former heroes of this land. And my sword was useless. I shelved it for the last 20 years until Lord Dior told me that his daughter was setting out on some journey eventually, and I thought perhaps there was a chance she could bear it. And then once again, my sword did not meet its intended owner because it went to you. However, I'm starting to think there might be something to this. It might surprise you to learn that I don't really believe in fate. It's too convenient. But to see a sword like this, and he hands it back to Medea, designed for Kite, and a bow like this, hands it to Mira, with so much natural magic that I cannot help but be inspired to think it is of a Maita in the hands of two sisters, twin sisters. It makes me question my beliefs a little bit.
I mean, I kind of think it's just fate. It's not really. It just happens to us, you know. We have to make our own way,
Yes.
in a way. But surprises do happen that are in our favor.
But I will say, those runes are not enough on their own to activate the power of that sword. Together they might be, though. I can sense that you two have connection beyond just sisterly. You're coordinated. Perhaps these weapons can help each other.
We just go,
Yeah.
collective.
Now then, you're never to tell a single fucking soul who I am, what this weapon is, where it came from, how you got it.
That was her, it wasn't me.
I'm sorry.
Terrible.
But bring it to me if you ever need maintenance. You never let another blacksmith touch this. You never let anyone even look at this thing.
Okay, I put it back in my sheath.
We do have. This feels sacrilegious to ask now that.
Oh, Kite. What?
Well, we were hoping to silver some weapons because of werewolves we'll be fighting.
Okay.
Don't know if this can be
Her
silver,
weapon
Get
is
out of my shop.
All right, goodbye.
Bye, Carl.
He slams the door on you guys as you leave.
Yep.
That went well.
Meanwhile, Paria and Q, you guys walk in the door of the Aura Guardians.
I'll wait and let Q go first because she's little
Okay.
and she can sneak under the thing, like the desk line, and I'll wait a little. And
So-
then when there's a group of people, I'll walk in with them.
Yeah,
or hit it.
It's pretty busy. Q, you walk in and you can kind of get up to the counter and you can just kind of see like your mom is like writing papers, like filing them over. Okay, yep, here you go, your assignment. All right, make sure to collect your reward around the corner. All right, I know. Next over there. You over there? Did you get your papers yet? What are you doing dallying over there? Get over here. And then Paria, you can wait for another little group and kind of come on in.
Just sneak it. I'll wait for Q to do the.
All right, next, anyone?
She will give a signal.
All right, and what can I do for?
Hi, Mom.
What? When did you get? What is happening? Sort of like,
Pop out. Hey, Mom.
well, this is unexpected. I thought you were fighting demons in a snowland or something. Oh, well, I am glad to hear you back, safe and sound. And she like gets up, comes around, and hugs you both. So how are you here? I was under the impression that you had an endeavor just getting to Gardas.
We have fast travel now.
Well, I don't know what that means.
You would probably actually
we-
kind
we-
of say that.
We made some friends with some local druids over in Gardas, and they helped
You
us
must
learn.
tell me everything. And she like comes over, sits down, pulls some chairs up for you, puts a
Yeah.
little
My
puts a
hair.
little out to lunch sign on the
Oh my
desk.
God, yes.
So,
Of course.
Protect.
tell me everything.
Also, do you like my hair?
I love your hair. I'm pretty sure she saw it before you left, Renati.
No, I did it in
No.
Gardas.
No.
The hair I did in Gardas.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
After
you did.
getting captured, when we were in Frost, Mira did my hair.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, she loves it. Absolutely.
Well.
All right.
Yeah.
So you guys tell her everything that's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
So as you guys are sitting, she's rapt attention, just very focused. A little bit like terrified when you mentioned the hags and stuff, and is some of the stuff you guys mentioned is a little bit, much for her. She's not squeamish by any means, but it's like, you fought what? It had how many hands and it was a horse? That's horrifying.
There.
Nearly turned me, Medea, and Mira evil.
Yeah.
It's like it's a whole story. And you guys kind of end it with the recent events, I'm assuming, with Golden Clan.
Yep.
And Mom, I ate a rat.
No.
We don't need to talk about that.
She would leave that out.
Yeah, I imagine.
She like slides a bowl of like apples over, like, eat your fruit, dear. So wash down the rat. As you guys like start to shift into the conversation of the Golden Clan having approached you, she goes from this like leaning forward, jovial, to sat back, fingers steepled, tense, her eyes like moving constantly. Like, that's interesting. From a tactical standpoint, if the Golden, Cobalt, and Alabaster were to attack all at once, Crimson would be assailed on all sides except for the east, which is held by the Verdant, but the Verdant are currently beset by their own plague, which means they would not be... No, they wouldn't be able to help at all. This is a dire situation. It is good that the Crimson have already restored their aura, though. That will put them in a more advantageous position.
Mm-hmm.
However, we've never had to worry about the combined threat of 3 clans.
At least one is slightly less powerful. At least at their full capacity.
Admittedly, the Golden are nothing without their aura. And I mean that with kindness. They are artisans and craftsmen. They're fast workers with their aura, and fast fighters, but they're not a concern.
And the true Alabaster doesn't really do much in combat.
No, but they are a fantastic support in combat, I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
Never underestimate the power of a doctor on the battlefield.
Oh, no, I mean, I remember I used to have that ability.
Obviously, what is most concerning is the Cobalt. Their raw firepower, with or without their auras, is great. And they have control of the supply of aura cages at the time, which means that they are going to be... Well, I don't really blame if the Golden choose to ally with the Cobalt, as right now they are the only source of aura, Suseo. In fact, I'm surprised the Cobalt hasn't tried to leverage this over the Verdant yet.
They probably already have.
Regardless, I think you made the right call.
I'm not going to let them bully me into doing what they want.
No. And tactical or otherwise, I would not wish to deprive any clan of their aura forever. Ideally, and this is perhaps a far-sighted dream, I would like to find a day where Suseo can be united once again. Leaderships may have to change, but that can be done.
speaking of leadership changing, I guess I have concerns about my cousin.
Unfortunately, that's out of our hands now. You and I are exiles until this Aura business is resolved.
Right. I guess I just worry for the Verdant.
What do you mean?
I don't have proof. I just have feelings, I guess. But
Tell me what you feel.
I'll just say kind of explain the mirror, the weird shit it does, and then I'll explain the thing that I saw in it last night, and then I think it was a conversation I might have had with somebody in Susailed or in Zazant about how Renault was sketchy in regards to his dad being assassinated, essentially.
Yes, there was a lot of uncertainty around that.
Yes, and I don't think that it looks favorable. I guess I've never known the mirror to lie. This doesn't look good. That sort of gist.
I see. In that case, are you asking me if I think we should inform someone?
Yes. I don't want to upset the Crimson House even more than it already is, because if we get rid of Renault, even as flawed as he may be, he at least is the current leader.
Emperor.
Yes. So if we took him out, we'd be doing everyone else a favor in throwing the Crimson Clan into chaos. I'm just worried he's going to betray the Verdant in favor of a more advantageous alliance now that they're weak.
Then perhaps we need to inform Renault that he has enemies brewing at other borders, that he needs as many allies as he can get. If he learns that the Verdant may be the only ally he has, the Golden joining Cobalt and Alabaster, it may stay whatever plans he has.
I think what Perry is saying is, because of that, he might kill the Verdant to get on their good side.
Yes, I know what she meant, but that's too short term. Once the Verdant are taken care of, Crimson would be next.
Oh.
You see, it's not enough to kill one clan. These power-hungry leaders want all of it, and it's just a matter of taking out the right pieces in the right order. Verdant, yes, will be the first one. They are currently weak. They've had a sordid history, hard to trust. It's the most logical sense. Then, Crimson, we're the warriors, typically renowned as the most martially capable. Taking us out will even the playing field out. Then it's a three-way battle between the pacifists, the artists, and the mages.
We all know who's going to win that.
We all know who's going to win that, which means then it will be the Alabaster and the Golden versus the Cobalt. I'm assuming that Peridia is planning by that point that the Golden will have their aura back and hoping that sheer numbers will overwhelm, but I think Peridia is also too short-sighted. It's not like Cobalt hasn't been planning this whole time as well.
Not to mention they got, 95% of that dragon horde?
They have the income, they have auras, and as we have seen, their mages have capable combat abilities. It's not my call anymore, but if I was going to make a move, I would inform Renault and make it very clear to him You know what? No. It is my play. Let me talk to my nephew. I'll make it clear what his only option at this time is. It will only buy us time, you understand. It's not a permanent solution. Once your business in Gardas is completed, and this isn't an order, but I would strongly advise, from my position of experience, that you work as quickly as possible to restore the Verdant's aura. Because once that is restored, it won't stop war, but it'll make it a fair fight.
I think we were planning on that anyways.
Mhm.
I knew you were. You're smart girls.
How do we get you in touch with him?
Oh, did I not tell you? I'm a little bit of a sorcerer.
Fuck. Oh, I'm stupid. So wait, you could have messaged us?
Yes, absolutely, but it costs
And you didn't?
It costs spell slots.
I know it does.
And that's why I gave her the stone.
Yes, now we have the
Still-
stone.
But
She's still adjusting, not being empress and not just passing that kind of duty off on someone
Pretty
else.
much.
She's like, I gotta save them just in case.
hold. Power gauge.
Power gauge?
Give it to me.
Your mom is about 16.
Oh, yeah, she is.
She's strong. She's the Crimson Empress, and she has her true aura back.
Yeah, she does.
Granted,
Yeah.
Crimson doesn't really help sorcerers too heavily, but she's a spellblade type. She's the type that uses sword and sorcery.
Hmm.
As she displayed very briefly against the battle with the
When she
Armageddon
almost
almost
Sand.
died.
disintegrated herself.
Almost disintegrated herself, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, your
Freaking
mom's
Jurassic
strong.
I knew that, but like, still needed to know.
Yeah, as you hold up the kite and barrier, she's like, "Do you have a monocle now? Is your eyesight going?"
No.
No, that was from a
Sorry,
sword.
my close personal friend.
Mm.
Of course. I'll never get used to that.
I have.
That's my
Yeah,
daughter.
Yeah, well, just temporary, close personal friend. Maybe permanent. I don't know. But anyways,
BFFs.
forever. Wait, that is what the F stands for. Sorry, I'm still forgetting sometimes where things come from. But anyways, gosh, you're so cool. All right, where's Pizane?
Yes, where is Pizane at? Is he doing all right?
It looked like he was headed towards the morning brew.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense.
He's had a long week.
Well, can you like message us more?
Well,
You know,
I mean,
I'm
yes,
just-
I can. I even have the sending stones. It was never a matter of my inability to message you, dear. I just didn't want to interrupt.
Get all this
Well-
fucking work.
You're
No,
fighting demon witches in swamps, and
okay, it's fair. It's just, you know.
I figure you'll let me know when you have a free moment.
Okay.
I'm sitting here at a desk.
It's,
Perry, you want to send some to mom?
it's okay. You can hold on to it, Q. It's fine.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. And I'll ask for it when I wanted Q. I have in the past.
Alright.
I just
Caring
sometimes
is caring.
I forget that our mom is so cool and powerful and is a sorcerer. Because now, you know, I don't need to wonder where my sorcerer powers came from because obviously they came from her. All of my cool shit came from her. Literally all of it.
You, yeah, no. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Ein is like, Ein sneezes somewhere. So I feel like I've been snubbed.
Nothing new.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
So, how's Tamil doing?
What?
My cat?
Oh.
Yes, that's right. I almost forgot, AJ.
Everyone's heart dropped.
I was
I was
like,
like,
what? She's dead? In the void?
Still in the void, wandering eternally in darkness. She's around here somewhere. I'm sure she's an adventurous sort. But she's doing well. Strong. Still young. Hasn't been that long.
Oh, yeah.
Peas on everything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
Prestidigitation. Prestidigitation. It makes it manageable.
I'll turn that over when I get back.
Yes, we'll work on it in the meantime.
In your house that you have, do you have a tree outside?
Great idea.
There are several trees.
Okay,
Why-
well, you need to mark one off and make sure
For
no
your druid powers, that's
no one
right. Your
chops
new
it
druid
down.
powers.
And then we can just poof right back to that
Miss
tree.
it more. Yeah.
You guys can spend the afternoon with your mom talking and go to her house, and she specifically like marks initials into the tree to like make it like memorable and known for you guys. So you guys can mark Peria or Q. You guys have Mom Tree.
Mom tree.
Alright, I'll go ahead and add that to the list.
Mom tree.
It just says mom on it. It doesn't
Yeah.
say the name.
You carve
Mom.
tree.
Heart.
Mom.
P and Q. Or K,
Is
not
it
Q.
a Q?
It's a K.
That would be kind of
K.
funny, actually. And you'll be like, is it spelled Q or Q?
Yeah.
It can be cop.
Yes.
Q, or no, K, or for the Orlith, and then P for Perry, or cop.
There you go. Harry and Keith. Mom's tree. Nurinati.
Boom.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Provided it's still standing next time we want to use it.
Oh God.
I guess I'll ask, not in character, or in character, not like role playing it, but I'll ask her like tips on sorcery shit and metamagic bullshit. To see
Oh yeah, absolutely. She can give you all kinds of tips. I would say through time, if you ever wanted to spend time studying with Orlith, if you ever wanted to put like real time into like having her teach you, sorcery is obviously an innate thing, but I would allow you to, with enough time spent training with your mom, possibly switch out a spell.
Ooh. Nice. Did she make up any of her own spells? You don't have to say now, like what it is, but
She did, and if you
Lucky
spend enough
us.
time with her,
I'm
that
gonna
is a
learn it.
possibility.
Gonna learn it. Gonna do it. All right, let's move on so we can have some downtime.
All right. So, you guys reconvene after your day's events. Where do you guys meet up?
Probably the morning
Probably
room.
the morning room.
Probably the
yeah.
usual meet and greet place.
Yeah.
The tavern. Who are the guests?
You guys find Paisian and Novosi sitting at the bar, just kind of talking. And as you guys come in, Novosi just kind of like lifts a glass and it's like, "Hey, heard you guys were in town. Nice to see you again.
You too.
How's things going?"
Alright.
Yeah.
Hi, Zine.
I was just getting Avosi's opinion on his clan's temperament these days. Avosi's like, yeah. I've been hearing from my parents back home of the situation in Susail. It's been kind of rough. Heard you guys got back the Crimson Aura now.
Yeah.
Good. So
I
it's
hope
not-
you don't take offense when I say this, Avosi. But the Kobold's gonna be last because I don't like some of them right now.
I know.
Yeah.
I get it.
Mm.
But I am gonna get it because of you.
I appreciate that. I just don't know how to feel anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been tough. But thank you.
Yeah.
I was just letting Paise know that without a doubt, the Kobold are gonna destroy everyone else if they have to. I didn't realize how they were getting while I was part of them. It wasn't until I really got out that I started to notice the behaviors. So like Avosi kind of just like takes a big swig of his drink, and Paizane like leans over and looks to you guys and goes, "They've been having his parents message him every day."
Oh, do you guys care if we give this to Avosi? I'll pull out the hushed ring.
Oh.
I don't care.
I don't matter. It doesn't matter to me.
I don't
If it helps
mind.
him.
okay. Well,
If he wants it.
well, here's
Just don't
this.
hawk it for other things.
So he puts his drink down. What is it?
If you don't, you can prevent people from messaging you and speaking
What?
to you telepathically if you want to.
What spell is that?
It's not as it's this. You gotta
Oh, he looks like
attune to it.
he like grabs it out of your hand and immediately slips it on. Thank you. Wow, you guys are you guys are really something. Is there anything I can do for you guys after all the things you've done for me?
Don't drink yourself into stupors all the time.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself, That's important.
Yeah, right.
Remind me, what is Avosi's particular school of magic again?
He is an abjurist. He is the creator of protective and anti-divination type magic. He's the one who put non-detection on you guys. He creates barriers.
We're gonna be leaving soon. Mind throwing some of that non-detection on us?
I'm kind of not. I don't have diamonds on me anymore.
Yes, those that's an expensive spell.
Yeah, that was when we had the dragon sword, that my clan stole and murdered all this. He like reaches for another drink, and Paizane's like, nope, you're good, you're good. It's okay. It's okay. It's all good. He's like, Paizane like pats him in the back, like gives you guys a look of like. Here, let's.
Question. He's what's his aura again? He's
blue. Cobalt.
Blue. He's the blue. He's the cobalt.
You're
right?
working on. Sorry. You can make. Can you enchant things?
I mean, I guess. Yeah, but usually with like abjurist spells, abjuration, things of I've made a cloak of protection or two in my day. Why? What's up?
Well, I was actually thinking about my sister. Her armor isn't magical. Is it?
No, it's just normal plate. From what I know of it.
I'm pretty sure it's just normal plate.
Plate armor
Nope.
+1.
Oh, it is +1.
Oh, it's +1? Okay.
So it is magical.
It's magical, but
that's magical, yeah.
I guess
it doesn't have any special other properties.
No, but it is enchanted, yes.
Yeah.
Enchantment, a plain enchantment could be changed, possibly, though.
You can go up to +2, but it's not like Pathfinder where you exchange pluses for abilities.
No. In that case, I was thinking it was completely unenchanted.
Yeah, plus enchanting takes weeks, if not longer. This would be a leave your armor with him and then be naked for weeks.
No.
Yeah, no, it's a great idea. Medea, take off your plate mail. Oh yeah, Medea, with what, 19 AC instead of 24 or something?
I mean, we have the armor in the bag she refuses to wear.
Disgusting. I don't want to touch it.
What armor?
The serpent plate, I believe.
Yeah, the serpent plate.
Oh.
This is really not bad armor. But
it's ugly, and she refuses to wear it because
it's
ugly.
fair. It is ugly.
It is not at my standard.
It ugly.
Wear. I don't care if I'm dying. I don't want it. She's that stubborn.
Well, a party has an issue with people liking to watch us all the time.
Again, I don't have the diamonds for non-detection.
Right. I'm not asking that, but if you could do some research and find out if there's a way to put non-detection on like a ring or something.
Yeah, there's an amulet. Yeah, you can do that. It's a powerful enchantment.
And expensive.
A little.
If
And I
you're
don't.
asking,
I've kind of been. What?
You were just asking how you could help. I was just pointing
Well,
you in a direction.
No, I know, but that's like. Let me
That's
look it
a
up.
lot,
There is
I
an
know.
actual. There is.
Yeah, there is.
I know, it's just like, oh, we get people spy on Peria a lot.
Yes.
Give Peria.
Amulet of proof. The amulet of proof against detection and location. Yes. It's not that bad, but.
Does it require attunement?
No. No, yes, it does. It does.
Nope, not wearing it.
No, never
anyways.
mind.
I mean, it would take me weeks at least to make and materials and
No,
I
that's...
could. I don't have an income right now.
Well,
I've kind of been eating through my portion of the dragon's wealth.
I can get you an inn. I could have you sign up for the Order Guardians.
Oh yeah, like you can even start using that tailored sword thingy you got.
Oh yeah, with Snowy. Yeah.
Snowy?
Right. I have an albino displacer beast.
Oh, let me see him.
It doesn't bite me anymore.
That is good. I want to see it.
Oh no, it doesn't bite me, but it bites.
Oh,
Till.
it doesn't bite you. Come on.
It's up in my room. I can go get this sword. And Parsons like, guys, I think we should let the Fossey.
Yeah.
He's kind of. How many have you had? Only like 2. I forgot how small you are. Look, reaches down, picks him up. I'm gonna take him up to his room. Don't worry, you're helping plenty, bud. And just kind of looks back at you all like, come on, guys. And just like brings the Fossey up.
But cute cat.
Oh, not cute cat.
No,
not even close.
It's cute cat. What are you talking about? It wouldn't bite me.
Oh boy. I believe it's an aberration.
I know.
A monstrosity. It's not like an animal you could talk to.
What?
Eventually, Pizing.
She
What?
would actually fall out after and leave a small sack of gold for her, Voicy.
Aw, okay. Leave that on the side of his table. Pizing says, I think with yeah, don't drink this, yeah.
Don't drink with this.
I'm gonna make a stop with a guy and ask him to maybe cut stuff for a bit. Now that he's got that ring. Now that he's got that ring, it'll probably help. Fucking Cobalt Emperor's been having his parents message him every day to ask what we're up to. Really helps put things in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what your mom said. Just walk down with Q and explain.
Yes, I'll explain.
You guys are a little.
Yeah. Well, it's all good because as you guys are reconvening in the morning brew all together, not at all how I thought this session would go, but we're going to end it here tonight. It's 10 o'clock. We did not get it all where I thought we were going to get to today, so. But we can't really get anywhere else at the time, so. We pick this up next week. With you guys on your way back to Gardas for what I thought we were going to get to today of going to LaBelle and the Faded Woods.
Yeah, we sidetracked a little bit.
I'm okay with it. I liked this session. It was a good session. It just I didn't expect we'd get as much playtime out of New Barrostock as we did. Alrighty, guys. Well, looking forward to next week. Keep me updated if anything changes with Easter for anyone.
I'm good. I have no plans.
All right,
Just
same here.
packing,
We should be
so.
fine.
Alrighty.
So,
Alright.
Thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. Have a
Bye.
good night.
yep,
Have a good night.
goodbye.
Good night.
See ya.